Now get ready for the time of your lives, cause you are now watching GAHCast.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to GAHCast, a show that regurgitates news like no other. I'm your host, Hydrowave99, and I'm joined here with my good friend and co-host, FluufAlpaca. How are you today?
I'm good. I spent the entirety of yesterday dehydrated and looking for drinks, and now I have Powerade.
Woo!
Woo! Sorry.
No, that's fine. You know, Powerade's actually, it's funny with, Powerades and Gatorades. I always love those beverages. I enjoy, if you talk about Gatorade, I enjoy the lemon lime ones, and the Glacier Freeze ones. Those are, my two favorites from Gatorade. And for Powerade, it's lemon lime and the Mountain Blast one. So essentially, lemon lime is, my overall favorite.
I prefer Glacier Cherry or Glacier Freeze. Sometimes the Fruit Punch one works too.
Yeah, they're all pretty good, though, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So, as everyone knows, we were not around last week, and to make up for it, we have another Giga episode.
Oh, yeah.
Filled with lots of action.
Yeah.
It puts
And long.
Yeah. It puts the Avengers Endgame to shame. It puts the Michael Bay Transformers to shame.
It puts the entire trilogy of Harry Potter to shame. Even though that was a bunch of books, I guess. I don't know.
That's
I don't like Harry Potter that much. So it's like a, what is it called? Like a sevfecta.
I guess so.
A sepfecta. That sounds like a disease. That sounds like sepsis. Advanced. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey, trust me, our show can be more cancerous than Twilight. Trust me, we know.
No, nothing can beat, a wolf teenage relationship.
Actually, you bring up a good point. Yeah, I think maybe Twilight is more cancerous than our show. But yeah, so, Alpaca, what have you been up to last week? I guess 2 weeks of this, really.
Well, I've been, dealing with family, and, these kittens are getting really annoying. Anyways. But no. I don't know, I've been mostly, just planning, what I'm gonna do for Christmas and stuff like that with the family, and, um, I don't know, I've been trying to get back into, guitar stuff, but, other than that, I don't know, it's been mostly just a day, a week, but it's been kind of boring, honestly.
Right, 'cause I know with guitar, the one thing you want to learn is this. You have to learn that in order to troll your friends. In fact, I don't even know if that even came off.
I heard it.
Woo!
I heard the default dance. translated to guitar.
Exactly, yeah. If I had my electric guitar out for that, which I have instruments galore, I could have made it more metal if I wanted, which would have been hilarious.
Oh yeah.
Or I could have made that sounded like a freaking Green Day song if I wanted to.
Anything but that. Fortnite X Green Day event. You can now become all three of the members plus Jason Freeze. Or no, I think it's Jason White. I think Jason Freeze is one of the tour members. I don't know.
Right.
Damn, it's been a while.
I do know they did Ariana Grande in Fortnite already, so it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah, definitely not. Imagine getting sniped, or no, imagine getting Victory Royale as Billy Joe Armstrong. He's like 40 years old. You just got your ass whooped by a 43-year-old who, I think he hates guns. I'm not too sure.
Oh yeah, imagine getting your ass whooped by a fucking teenage Japanese idol girl because of baby metal.
Yeah.
Yeah, what would you do?
So I would call the police. Anyways, uh, but I would uh buy a high point and fly away, far away from Japan, and you know, just like man, I don't know. What would I do if I was being hunted by a J-pop metal, like a group of J-pop metal sort of like artists? One, I would also have to worry about the fan base too. I just realized, holy shit, that's actually kind of scary. It's not only just them that are fucking trying to bounty hunt me. I have an entire fucking like civilization scouring the globe for me. Like, no.
It's like also, what if they had Hatsune Miku in Fortnite and you got killed by a Vocaloid? I wonder what's worse. Hatsune Miku or Baby Metal?
I don't know. I know about as much as Baby Metal as I do Hatsune Miku. I don't even know if Hatsune Miku is like a real person. Like, I don't even understand the concept.
It's a Vocaloid. It's a software that. So in other words,
wait, what? What, are you serious? Wow, holy shit. Okay, never mind then. Never mind.
It's a Vocaloid, so it's a software that it's a software-based voice.
For the longest fucking time, I thought this was somebody who's like just like me, hiding behind like a character. And it was like a singer. I swear to God, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me then. Because I've never listened to any of that music. Oh my God, that is eye-opening.
Yeah, so what it
Holy shit.
Yeah, so Hatsune Miku is technically a software that...
Oh.
Yeah, it's...
So you're talking about Doki Doki Literature Club now. And
but
now you're gonna fucking commission somebody on Fiverr to do a mod of and instead of replace it with Hatsune Miku instead of Monica. I swear to fucking God.
Yeah, so what it is, what Vocaloids is a software that happens. You could like type. It's kind of like a text to speech, but it like replaces essentially, it's a voice based software, and
I see. Yeah.
Yeah, and you essentially can use it to make music and stuff like that. It's kind of like a more musical sense of kind of text to speech in a way.
So it's like mellow bites, but generalized to one specific Vocaloid.
Kind of, yeah. There's like a specific voice, and on top of it too, you could type in like what words the Vocaloid says and how you control the pitch and everything like that too. So,
I see. Okay.
and yeah, and you can like do odd things. And Hatsune Miku, and usually these Vocaloids are personified. So there's like an anime avatar that's associated with the Vocaloid software.
I see now.
So if you Google Hatsune Miku, you'll see her as like this blue hair ponytail.
Yeah,
Anime.
I know about that, but I didn't know. I thought it was either like an anime or I thought it was like some artist from Japan. And I was like, no.
It kind
Now
of
that I know this.
is an artist too, because music is labeled as Hatsune Miku, and on top of it too, Sega also makes the rhythm games associated with Hatsune Miku.
What? Are you shitting me?
No, there's actually like music rhythm games.
God damn.
Like Hatsune Miku is actually pretty huge, and they actually have concerts with like
Fuck's sake.
holograms and shit for her. Like, I'm not even making this shit up.
No, I know, because I've seen it before, but I didn't know it was just an AI program that makes music. Holy crap. Alright, well, man, starting off with a banger, me discovering what Hatsune Miku is, and now generating fucking music out of it. I wonder if you can just take like a song and have Hatsune Miku sing it, or generate something. I don't know.
No, it doesn't work exactly like that. You would have to essentially manipulate the vocals and everything for that to work. You could technically make a cover, but it's not like a Melobytes where you can just plug in the song.
Yeah, I see.
Type. Yeah, you have to kind of type in the words, and then you manipulate how it works.
Okay.
I know it's like a $200 software too if you wanted to buy it.
I don't want to buy it at all. And I don't want to see a Steam gift on Christmas that just says, welcome. Best wishes, Skullfucker 69.
Oh my
I don't
god. What if I bought Hatsune Miku and I added clips of it? I mean, manipulating it into GAHCast. What if I actually did that?
I don't know. What are you gonna put like a fucking GIF of like during this episode? You're gonna put a fucking GIF like floating around sometimes, and I'm gonna be watching it one day, and I'm gonna be like, that motherfucker.
Oh boy, just talking about anime vocaloids and GAHCast. Now I have to find like actual Hatsune Miku news for this show too. Now this is gonna be great.
No, you don't have to. This could be this could be this just can be a one-off, you know. It's not gonna be like a constant running joke. And we're definitely not going to rehash this next episode, and then it'll continue on for 20 more episodes. No!
Welcome to GAHCast, the show that rehashes jokes for 10,000 years. Woo! Also, as for myself, I've been busy with college and stuff like that, just college and work and stuff, and, just been playing a lot of Halo Infinite, and I know Alpaca has been too.
Yes, I have been too. I apologize, I haven't mentioned that at all, but, oh yes, Halo Infinite! Can't wait to talk about that.
Oh yeah, we have plenty to talk about that, because it is a brilliant game, but we have some flaws we have to mention about it too, of course. Nothing is ever perfect.
Yeah, there are plenty of flaws, but the best part is none of them are related to the actual gameplay. Or, like, they got the core gameplay and the fun of it down, And everything else was like the one thing that a lot of companies that produce video games struggle with, they nailed it. And the stuff that's kind of easy, like we'll talk about later, is a little meh. And if you've played it yourself these past weeks, of course you'll know just how much, you'll know what we're talking about if you've stuck with it,
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's gonna be great. The time talking about that. 'Cause we have a lot of news, but we have to talk about the whole GTA trilogy thing. Because while last time we briefly talked about it, more has come out about it that it just kind of made it seem like instead of like briefly covering it, we kind of have to cover the entire story about that.
We really do have to. It's actually kind of hilarious,
Yeah,
like, in a sense.
yeah. We also have to talk about what's going on the Xbox anniversary because some of the stuff that's coming out about that has been pretty cool. We also have to talk about more Activision Blizzard stuff because the saga keeps continuing for that one.
Oh, it's a never-ending fucking rainfall on these bastards. I swear.
Mm-hmm. And we have to talk about, again, Halo Infinite. Probably the best shooter of the year, I think.
Oh, yeah.
And then we have to talk about a lot of tech stuff. We have a lot of tech stuff to talk about. In fact, one of what tech topics we have this week is actually an update from a decent update from last week. So it'll be interesting to see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, shall we get started with the news then? If we have nothing else to say.
Oh, yes. Let's get right into it.
All right, so the first thing we're going to talk about right away is the GTA Trilogy because, my God, what a fucking shit show.
Oh my god, yes. The dev notes.
Yeah, we have dev notes. We have a whole bunch of stuff. And, yeah, let's get right to the first article here.
Oh, yes.
So, so pretty much what happened is that before this got pulled, GTA Trilogy launched, and let's just say it was very buggy, bugs galore, frame rate issues abundant. It was just a complete mess.
Yep.
In addition to this, too, as you're seeing here, we have an article here mentioning that, there was contained music that was no longer licensed, as well as uncompiled code with developer comments. Yeah. That's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, they, get some interesting dev notes.
Oh, yeah, we have to scroll down, because we have to show this to the audience here.
Yeah, and, where is it now? All of the unlicensed tracks, they only disabled them. They're still in the game.
As far as we know, because Rockstar, we're going to talk about it later, so actually supposedly removed those files from the game and kind of cleaned it up a little bit. But I'm loading the full screen tweet now, so that way, we can get the full screen of the music tracks here.
Yep. That's by Ash R, right?
Yes, correct.
Right.
And you can see here all this music here. Once I get this full screen loaded, this will be amazing. I can actually show this to everybody. Here we go. It's slowly coming in. Yes. Here we are. So, look at this. Look at this whole thing. Look at all these files. That's pretty insane.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that he comments, Vice City is a very interesting choice. The stations have been split up at key points to allow tracks to be dropped in or out denoted by track number. For example, all of Flash FM is here except for track 3, Billie Jean. Yes, even Running with the Night.
Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, Flash _3 of all three files are gone.
Yeah. Which is pretty interesting to see here that this sort of thing would happen. in addition to this, if you scroll even further down, we have the fun dev notes here. And this article does a good job because it compiles 3 of the posts right here in front of us, which is really nice. Let's go take a look at some of this stuff, shall we? So as soon as I get this loaded up, we'll see that...
Oh, the one from Vadim?
Yeah, there's 3 of them.
Oh, what is this?
These are dev comments that were left in the game.
Oh. What does this have to do with Grand Theft Auto? This is something out of Doom.
It feels like it. Like, it's just, like, I'm looking at the first one here. This is what it says here. Sweet is injured and falls to floor. More flats turn up. Huge vortex opens up and spews forth beasts from another dimension.
I wonder if this has anything to do with, like, an Easter egg. You know how, like, so in Grand Theft Auto 5, if Michael or Trevor, I think, is it Trevor? Yeah, I think if Michael and Trevor actually end up, if they end up finding a marijuana dealer and they take a hit, they actually, there's like an alien invasion sort of Easter egg, and it's all in their mind. But it's actually kind of funny. I think this might that might have been like an Easter egg they didn't throw in. That would be kind of interesting.
Maybe, who knows? And meanwhile, another one that they have here, I'm gonna go spew it out, is this one here, which once I get this loaded, we should be good to go on this.
Prawn Island.
Yeah, so this one here, so it loads up here, mentions, haha, Prawn Island was internally called Porn Island, while Stack Pizza was Pizza Hut internally. Pure joy. What? Oh my god, imagine they actually did call it Port Island. All there was just Pornhub videos everywhere.
It's it's that there's like a show that I remember seeing on TV for a split second. It's basically, it's like they're stuck on an island, and I think it's called Temptation Island, I think. I saw that for a split second. I was like, oh, yes. What is this? This is interesting. What is this? And then all of a sudden it's basically just like they stick each other on the island with a bunch of other people of the opposite sex, and then they see if they get cheated on or not. It's fucking stupid. Imagine if it was like this. That'd be fucking hilarious.
Yeah, you can see, look at the code here. It says Port Island, create pickup, bribe, pickup on street slow, and then you go to the IP address, like number there, and it says Porn Bribe 1. Down
oh, yeah,
street
I know.
on Prawn Island. Look, what? And even then, you look at this, and I noticed in the second line, too, they spelt Washington wrong. Not to be a grammar.
Washington? Oh, yeah. Washington.
Unless that was actually intentional in the original game, but I feel like such a millennial and haven't actually played these games, so...
Yeah.
It's funny. I'm the oldest one out of us, but I haven't played these games. I don't know if that makes me a shameful dick or whatever, but yeah. Anyways.
No, it doesn't. It just means that you haven't experienced it.
Exactly.
Really. So.
Right.
I mean, personally, I haven't played through the entire campaigns of either of these games. I've only been the kid that sat down and watched their brothers play it, but I never actually played it, so
Yeah. And the last of
never
these
got the
notes
chance
that
to.
that he has here is this one. And this is the one that I think is the most interesting comment of the whole bunch. This kind of gives a lot more insight into the entire situation here. This shit doesn't work the way they wrote it below, so we'll just show the text and place the blip at the beginning of the mission. And it says here, the key card to cells can be found upstairs in the station. Look at this.
So, I can only understand this as like um friendly banter. Um but it does what do you think about it?
I mean, just look at this. It seems like there could have been some. This kind of conveys. I mean, there could have been some frustration from the developers at Rockstar Dundee because, it feels like they were rushed.
Yeah.
Like you could see, like this probably at first hit that they wanted to fix this thing to make sure it worked, but they're like, we have to cut corners here because we have to make sure we meet our deadlines. So, screw it.
Mm.
And unfortunately, much as, we want this game to be as best it can be, it's not going to be that until, like, a year or two from now. Similar to, like, what Cyberpunk 27 is going through. Actually, well, speaking of Cyberpunk 27, this gem of a game...
Yeah, what about it?
I mentioned Cyberpunk 27 because, well, that game is also going through a similar phase where it's getting patched to oblivion.
Oh, good.
So...
Goody.
So
Yeah.
this game's gonna go through a similar phase. This game's gonna get patched to freaking oblivion, and it's not gonna be good for like another year or two.
I bet.
Mm-hmm. In addition to all these developer comments here, before they pulled it down, we have to talk about some of these raid effects here. Like, go to the next link I have in chronological order from left to right, the second one. Look at this raid. Like, what is this?
Give me 1 second.
At the second link that I have?
Yep. This is the worst looking rain I've ever seen in a video game.
And honestly...
Damn, it's fucking pouring down buckets. They look like glass shards or glass... no, they look like icicles falling down from the sky.
They really do, yeah. It's like... Oh... and you can see, like, you look down below, you can see, like, how pixelated it looks, too, when it falls down the ground.
Yeah.
Like, well, what is this? You're trying to make a PS2 game look like a freaking SNES game. What is this?
Why do they just turn into, like, squares when they hit the ground? Like, seriously?
It's funny, too, that modders have actually been making more progress in fixing this game than actual Take-Two and Rockstar have been doing, which is a shame to see, but...
Yeah, I think so, too, because I remember seeing, like, somebody took the Ubisoft's Dunia engine, or, no, the Far Cry 5 engine, and they actually remade a portion of San Andreas, I think.
Yeah.
Like, and it just kind of shows,
Yeah. And then after this whole thing, you could see that there's even more stuff, and yeah, and as you can see here,
yes.
in the next article, this is all kind of like when they start pulling the game down, which I also have the next other article here as well, and it also included things that the hot coffee sex files were also reportedly uncovered too from the files.
So they went. They recreated San Andreas from the original version. They didn't do the final updated version. They what?
Yeah, because apparently here, look at the article. Not only did it contain unlicensed music, it contained full game scripts with developer notes, but it also contains the files to be related to the San Andreas sex minigame Hot Coffee. How much worse is this gonna get? My God.
Or did they? How the hell did they leave it in? That's this was from 20 years ago. They got a $20 million lawsuit. How did they leave it in?
Yeah, it's just like, you look at this, like, this is the game that almost made that game adult only.
And it literally was when it was pulled from shelves, and then they released a fixed version. It's not 20 years ago, like 16 years ago, but $20 million fucking dollars in legal costs. And they fucking what?
Yeah, this is during the whole time when GTA, the trilogy was down. And as you can see here, I even had to mention that it's been unavailable for a while. And as Rockstar mentions in their Twitter post here, the Rockstar Games launcher is now online, but GTA, the Trilogy division is unavailable to play or purchase, as removed files unintentionally included in these versions. We're sorry for the disruption and hope to have the correct ones up soon. Like, it gotten that bad that they had to remove the game off the store page on PC to try and pat this shit up.
I mean, like, God, it's just the sheer lack of effort that went into it, like, is baffling to me. That they didn't even remove the one thing that cost them $20 million years ago. Like, that cost them, like, I think fucking, like, oh my God. You know? They got a fucking bunch of, like legal problems afterwards, and they were like, oh, we're, Jesus Christ, and they everything from, like, the downgrade of what the upscaling did to the characters to CJ's fingers being the same length and 6 feet long, I swear to God. Like, how did they really should have just waited a long while before they, like, I know they did it for the deadline of, like, what is it, I think they, like, fuck, what was it, oh my God, what was I saying? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
It's fine, but even then, this was during when this is when we were talking about how even then the original trilogy was also taken off. So yeah, like, this was a whole fucked up situation. Not only are you releasing a very glitchy and inferior product, but you're also removing the original versions off the stores. Done.
And I just got my thought back. It was they had a deadline for, I think it was the 20th anniversary, right, or the 15th anniversary. But the thing is that, like, they've made, like, billions from GTA Online, and these games are, like, just disgusting. They're cash grabs, like, and then they get like you said, they get rid of the original versions, and that takes down, I think there was, like, a restoration mod that they battled to get taken down. Jeez,
Yeah. And what makes it sad too is just like you look at this whole situation here and you just see that like not only your digital game down, you also have this going on. And on top of it too, it's just like here's the whole freaking mess. And it's just like you
It
have
really
it down
is.
a few days, and on top of it too, we're gonna go back here. We're gonna continue the story here.
Oh yeah.
So after like 3 days of this whole mess, it came back. It came back on PC, minus the unintentional files. So they scrubbed the files,
Mm-hmm.
and this is and I think the tweet. No, the tweet isn't here. But anyways, so they said that they got back on them. And in addition to this, I remember, while we don't have the article for it, we do know that when they restored this version back up, they gave the original trilogy on the Rockstar launch to anyone who bought the definitive edition as compensation. And they brought it back up on the Rockstar launcher.
But is it back on Steam?
No.
Is it back on... Okay, is it back on any other launcher besides Rockstar's launcher?
As far as I know, no.
So, does that mean that we'll never be able to get, like, workshop mods from Steam ever again? And... plenty of other things.
I think if you have the games already on Steam, you should be able to access the workshop still. I think. I don't know how that exactly works, because if it's delisted, you think the workshop should still be available. I would recommend checking that out after we're done recording this whole thing, just to make sure.
I actually am right now. I don't see the workshop tab.
Ouch. That is rough.
Yeah. Yeah.
So in other words, what you would have to do is that in order to get the mods for that game, you have to go through other sites to get the mods.
Or hell, even contact the people who made them.
Literally. That's rough.
God. Yeah. That's really complicated and unnecessary to bother somebody.
But yeah. Anyways, afterwards, on November 26th, they released a patch for at least the PS5. Actually, it was created on November 20th of 2021, so this was originally was published on that day, but they updated it on November 26th to accommodate the Switch version. And if you scroll through the list of bugs they had to fix are actually kind of extended. Like, look at this shit. Look at it.
Oh, I see it. It's like... Yeah, there's like 10 fixes per list, almost.
More than that, actually. I mean, it's like 11 or 12 or like 15, and San Andreas got the most.
Yeah, and San Andreas has like, geez, 25, I think, over 25.
Yeah, but however, despite Rockstar claiming they fixed a good chunk of the stuff, some users have reported that some of the issues haven't been fixed. For instance, Shane Lewis of Rerez, who I've actually been subscribed to on YouTube for a long time, had reported that the bridge that was invisible is still invisible, as seen in the little video he provided on his Twitter. Like, look at this.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And on top of it too, another person showed off the rain after the update, and well, look at this. It's a freaking disaster.
Gotta paste that. And what the fuck? Yeah, no, they look like... It still looks like ice shards, only... Why... What is the back... Is that a lake?
I think so, yeah. I think, from what I could tell, too, this seemed to be a definitely, you could tell this is just like someone just took a picture of a camera.
Yeah.
But even still,
Why the fuck is the lake making, like, almost all the rain transparent? Why do they disappear after they get past the lake? Does it just not exist? Is this like a fucking optical illusion? They still look like ice shards, but holy shit.
Yeah, it's like you can see the end of the lake. It's like, is this technically a river with a waterfall, or is this a lake?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh
Like,
god, it's sad.
Yeah, it's like you can see the highway bridge, but it's just like beyond that, it's just like, no.
It looks like milk.
Yeah, literally, it like some of the streams looks like it looks like when you look at the streams, it looks like freaking like milk coming out of a milk's udder, like cow's udders, or I don't want to get into this explicit territory, but
No, don't, man.
Yeah.
We already can understand, you know?
yeah.
This is like this is more explicit than what they had to patch out again.
Yeah, like overall, like this whole situation is a freaking mess, and I'm like, I wish we kind of covered more of this last week, like last time we were able to talk. But even then, like having the complete picture in front of us is just like, holy shit! How can you screw up a launch this bad? We have another launch with a talk about too that's been a freaking disaster too, but this has been a pretty big disaster also. Like,
certainly.
actually, this is a more notable launch than the other launch we're going to talk about later, not a little bit later in the episode.
Yeah.
Like, my god, how do you screw something like this up? Like, this is GT. You're talking about Grand Theft Auto, one of the largest franchises in all of video game history. It's in the same tier as, like, Mario and Minecraft in terms of, like, popularity.
Yeah.
And, like,
I mean,
it's probably just as popular, if not more so, than Call of Duty. And next thing you know, you fuck up the major release. Like, this puts Rockstar's entire reputation on the line, even.
exactly. Like, even though that, you know, I don't like Call of Duty anymore, but at least a good portion of Call of Duty doesn't launch terribly bad, but there's a few things, you know, that they mess up on, but usually they polish out a good amount of stuff and then tweak a little bit of things to make them a little bit more balanced. This is just an eyesore. This looks ugh.
Like, I remember even looking back at the original trailer, like, okay, like, when they first announced this thing, some of the stuff looked rough, and then some of the stuff actually looked pretty decent. But then you get to the final product, and you're like, oh, well, God.
They literally cherry-picked it, like, and said, like, it was in-game footage, but they cherry-picked it, and they made it look better with the camera angle. It's literally like fast food, or, Watch Dogs, back at E3.
Yeah.
And then they downgrade it, and then leave the files in the PC version that are 10 times better than the consoles just to beat the console war. Like, holy shit, that's actually kind of funny.
And how do you go out of the way to include the fucking minigame that made this game an adult-only game back in, like, the mid-2000s? How do you fuck that up that bad?
I don't know. Honestly, I think they're trying... I don't know if they really just thought that they were working with the patched version, like, or if they actually just, like, if they literally didn't know, or they were, like, Grove Street Games either assumed or they did not know what the hell they were doing, because, like, oh my god. Imagine if they actually just, like, built it from the ground up, how less of a painful launch this would have been. You know, 20 years in the future, GTA Trilogy remastered, or remastered again, once they fixed everything.
Like, instead of handing off to your lesser studio, like, why couldn't you have just done a proper remake, like do it like Final Fantasy VII style, like just completely just remake the story, redo everything from the ground up, and re-envision the entire game. Like that would have made more sense to me. Like if you picked like, okay, we could either combine these three games together to make one cohesive story that details the entire events of the game, those three games.
Yeah.
Or like just do it, like I said, a Final Fantasy VII remake style sort of thing for each of these games. That makes sense to me. But instead I remember just watching Mighty Keith made a funny skit about this whole thing. I might have to link it to you afterwards.
Certainly, because, no offense, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, but he made a skit about this whole thing. It's like, how do you make as much money as possible with as little effort as possible?
Re-release the trilogy and upscale the textures, make CJ have 4 middle fingers and and make everyone look completely terrible. And then but it's upscaled, man, so they won't notice, And let's just tweak a few things, like give it Grand Theft Auto 5 aiming, a few things like that, Let's add a first-person mode, because they loved it in 5 and Red Dead 2,
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know. But no. Honestly, I think, though, like, either what they did with Final Fantasy VII and just built it from the ground up, like you said, or what they could have done, not touch the game at all, but release a patch for the anniversary that fixed the 30 FPS issue and a bunch of other small, minute bugs. And now we can play the trilogy at 60 FPS or 240 FPS without a hitch. That would have been way better than just fucking re-releasing the same game with 4K and then, like, fucking do what Resident Evil 4 does, or what Skyrim does, and just re-release the same fucking game but with better graphics and textures and, like, slightly better, not, like, super upscale everything and then, like... even if they did what's like Skyrim or Resi 4, because at least with Resi 4, it's a classic game that hasn't been like mutilated to this modernized sort of. Some of it's different, but it's the same fucking game.
Like even how Capcom handled Resident Evil 2 and 3, like those were excellent remakes from what I hear.
Oh yeah, certainly. Three was a little bit...
Yeah, 3 was a little shaky, but it was still solid from what I hear. It's not as great as 2, but it was still fairly solid.
Yeah.
It was still competent, despite the fact they cut parts of the story out to kind of streamline it, but at least it was playable. It had solid gunplay. It had mechanics that actually made sense. Not like what they try to do here, which is just rehash the same game, but mutilate this to try to translate into a newer engine, but fail.
Yeah.
Like, how the fuck do you fail translating a game to Unreal Engine, which I find is an engine that's actually relatively easy to program for?
All they had to do was just hand it over to these, hand it over to somebody a group of people that, although their name is Grove Street Games, they have no passion for the original Grove Street Gang or any of Vice City or 3,
Yeah. Like I said...
Even if they made Grand Theft Auto 4 playable, because, like, Grand Theft Auto 4, it actually runs really terribly, even on modern systems. You can't max out the game. It's impossible. Even if they did that and then made 4 have a patch as well that fixed the optimization issues. Ooh, that would be amazing.
I think
Instead of this.
I was gonna say I think 4 is backward compatible on Xbox. I don't remember. I think it is. And on top of it,
Like,
because if it is,
yeah, I'm just saying.
yeah, we might have to check on that. Hang on 1 second, because if that's
Okay.
the case, I'm actually gonna look this up right now.
Because 4 is really unoptimized on the PC because it uses 32-bit architectures instead of, modern 64-bit or x86.
Yeah, so yeah, Grand Theft Auto 4 is on part of Xbox backwards compatibility. So you could technically pop it into your Xbox Series X and it'll work.
Interesting. I wonder how that would handle it, though.
Yeah, because I know a lot of time what they'll do with the Xbox backward compatibility, they'll actually enhance the games up. They'll add they'll smooth out the texture, they'll increase the frame rates. Like one of the major things they did even was, I know you'll get a kick out of this, Fallout 4 actually got an FPS bump from 30 to 60 on Series X.
Oh, nice.
I know it doesn't matter because you play on PC and you can get the same thing, but it's just a proof of concept. Like, yeah, they go out of their way and they'll, when they had gone, which we're going to talk more about this back compatibility thing more so, they did a really good job of just kind of like touching up the games and smoothing them out. And it's like you could get a better experience of Grand Theft Auto 4 on the Xbox Series X than this mess.
More than likely. Yeah.
I mean, this is a
Man, playing Fallout 76 in West Virginia almost makes you wish you were back in Boston or the Mojave. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I mean, hey, at least this game isn't, going to be an exclusive for the Xbox systems because...
Oh, yeah, certainly. Although it did get exclusivity with launch, but, I mean, at least,
right.
Elder Scrolls won't.
Yeah, because we have to talk about how Phil Spencer himself strongly hints that Elder Scrolls 6 will be an Xbox and PC exclusive.
Yeah.
Which I would say that's a very powerful exclusive to have for a console.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's kind of funny to think about Elder Scrolls too, like with Elder Scrolls.
Yeah.
That, when you look at this sort of stuff here, with this, Elder Scrolls first came to the console with Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Morrowind, the first one to come to a console, and that was an Xbox exclusive, believe it or not. On console.
Yep.
Then 4 came out, and 4 actually was pretty decent, was played decently on the Xbox. But then it came over the PS3, and with how the cell architecture was not really as playable.
Okay.
And then 5, obviously, Skyrim, which I can pull out next to me right here.
And we all know, as we just said, it was re-released to hell.
Yeah, you could play on your Alexa. Just kidding. Actually, it kind of is, but still.
You can now play it as a board game and have Grandpa join in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Skyrim for everybody.
Oh, of course. You remember that
Hash brown.
Yeah, I remember the hashtag from the old episode.
Uh-huh.
Skyrim for everybody. Let's go. Anyways, yeah. And what they're saying here is, in an interview with Go to mark the 20th anniversary of Xbox, Spencer strongly hinted that, like next year's Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6 will be locked to Xbox consoles, PC, and Xbox Cloud gaming. It's not about punishing any other platform, like I fundamentally believe all the platforms can continue to grow. But in order to be on Xbox, I want us to be able to bring the full, complete package of what we have. And that would be true when I think about Elder Scrolls 6. That would be true when I think about any of our franchises. So, translating that, He's pretty. I mean, it is still. It's a bit of. I mean, Phil Spencer is a very. I mean, yeah. There's a bit of PR speak, but he actually kind of puts a bit of mouth of what he puts a little bit of what he says to heart. Putting the games on PC, making it more accessible, making the games available on cloud. And he's been very vocal about trying to support emulation even.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, one of the things he mentioned after, one of the things we're going to talk about later is he hopes he'll get to see a legal emulation.
Which I'm a fan of.
Yeah. A system of legal emulation to preserve all these older games.
I would love to have that. Oh my god, I'm actually able to play ROMs without FBI open up! He actually stuff like that.
Yeah, he actually did mention it. I'll have to find you the interview sometime after this recording, because like I did with the other skit I mentioned, but yeah, this is kind of, to me, this doesn't come as a surprise considering Xbox owns Bethesda now.
Mm-hmm.
And they still want to make sure they can use their system, their IPs like Wolfenstein, Doom, Skyrim, Fallout.
Of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, it does make sense that they make an exclusive. The only thing is that how would they, like, I know Nintendo and Microsoft have been very close. They haven't been as much as like, as much as Bethesda and Microsoft, even though they're kind of a different breed with Bethesda. But I think I would think that maybe Switch might get a later release, like at least whenever it's truly allowed, right. Whatever their contract might say. But I think it would.
Yeah, I'm gonna say I don't think Starfield and Elder Scrolls 6 are gonna be part of this, considering those are pure next gen games. The Switch is not capable enough for that. I mean,
definitely.
I remember hearing that Xbox was trying to get xCloud to come to the Switch, which Game Pass go on the Switch, which would have been awesome to have xCloud come to the Switch and you can stream your games. Like that would have freaking awesome, and it would have had an incentive for Xbox players to buy a Switch. But and then still get Rare Replay on the Switch, which would have been nice. But hey, at least Nintendo Switch users are going to eventually get Banjo-Tooie if the rumors are true about what games are going to eventually be added to the N64 Online subscription, but whatever.
Oh, I still think about that. I hope whatever came about that whole Animal Crossing thing.
Like I said, you could still buy the DLC individually if you don't want to get that expansion pack.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm just saying, did they ever do any more exclusive DLCs to it, or you pay $5 extra for it? Or,
not yet, because I know that Animal Crossing DLC is part of the final update for that game.
I see. Yeah,
but that's going to be future DLCs from other games. Probably may get integrated, but that's going to be a while away because COVID is ruining everything with game development and shit. But yeah. Trying to veer back on topic a little bit with this, I mean...
Oh, of course.
Yeah, it's expected that, Xbox would make Bethesda games exclusive. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Anyways, but at least, this isn't as bad as, say, Battlefield 2042's launch.
Yeah, more than likely,
My God. We take a look at this, because if we thought we had one bad launch on top of GTA Trilogy, Battlefield 2042 opening weekend has also been a disaster.
Oh yeah, just I noticed a lot of Battlefield games, ever since 4, got ever since 4 was kind of just bad. Battlefield hasn't had a smooth launch.
Yeah.
honestly.
And they mentioned here that since Battlefield 2042 went live on Friday, this journalist, Martin Robinson, had endured hard crashes, server problems, and whole nights where the whole thing is simply unplayable.
Interesting.
Additionally, too, he mentioned how he got stuck into DICE's new shooter only to spend the whole evening butting up against a data persistent error that was, he said, persisted across a whole night. It was impossible to get into a single match of the all-out warfare that's the core of this new Battlefield experience, and only the classic matches and rule sets of Portal offered any joy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can see the article has, like, it's a complete mess. He mentions here that more than half the matches he had incurred, more than half the matches he had participated in had ended in server issues that had him rubber banding across the entire map, and which had removed his avatar's head from its body and rendered the whole thing entirely unplayable.
So all I can say is that they really hyped this game like really highly, and this kind of just shows that, like, you know, it's interesting that because a lot of the stuff that popped up in this game, like you see like the trailer with like the robotic, like it looks like one of those robo dogs that has a tank, and you see like one of the walls coming down, and like let me just skip through here. You see all this interesting stuff, and then when you play the actual game, you see textures flickering. You see parts of your body like in front of you, and you just I really wonder when DICE is gonna understand that this isn't how you launch a game. First impressions count a lot, and it seems like game development has become, instead of releasing a polished product with good stuff at launch, they release a broken game and then slowly promise to fix it over time. Like, it's scary.
It actually is.
That's what game development has become.
It actually is. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this keeps up, EA shuts down they shut down DICE, and they essentially replace them with, the, what is it, Respawn.
Mm-hmm.
If Respawn just takes over the role of what DICE did, because they know how to make Titanfall, which has probably been one of the better shooters as well of the entire generation, especially 2.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of it too, they know how to make Jedi open world games with like Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah, definitely.
Which actually kind of supposedly the more Metroidvania feel to it too. So even like they know how to make single player games, they know how to make multiplayer games, especially because they also have experience with battle royale games because of Apex Legends.
Yeah.
And another thing this guy too actually was not satisfied with was he didn't really seem to like how the old classes of the older Battlefield games got replaced with a hero as specialists, and he didn't like how the old scoreboard was removed, and there's also a complete lack of in-game voice comms or expansion maps that accommodate 128 player gameplay.
Yeah, so the thing about that also, the old class system, because they had the specialist sort of thing. I know they did that because of that, but I do understand, like, that I do understand that kind of ruins a little bit of the whole portal aspect of it, you know, going back to the old games. The scoreboard is really important, and also in-game voice comms are an essential in a lot of competitive first-person shooters.
Yeah, like you
But
can't rely.
the
Yeah, like and you can't rely on Discord for everything.
no, and the fact that the maps that they have are that like sardine canned, that they have 128 players, but it feels like you're playing. I don't know. It feels like you're playing Shipment in Modern Warfare, with like 128 fucking people in the game. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I don't have much to say on this other than great. You know, it's another Battlefield launch that's crappy. You know, and that they haven't done anything about. But it just kind of goes to show you that, like, it's not about like Battlefield versus COD or something. It's about making a finished product that the fan base will like, you know, and not excluding features or, you know, removing them or replacing them with completely out of touch, you know, like additions. Like, I don't know, man. Just,
yeah, it's just a complete like, what the hell happened here?
but that is not as bad.
Yeah, it's not as bad as say there's Xbox anniversary that happened, which
Oh yeah.
which
Ooh, 20th anniversary broadcast. Let's recap, man.
woo!
All right.
Actually, seriously, though, in one of our older episodes, we actually do have a discussion of us looking back on our memories on Xbox. I believe it was episode 14 or 15. I don't remember, but it was one of those episodes.
It was definitely 15, I believe.
Yeah, whatever episode it is, I'll make sure to highlight that so
Oh yeah, certainly.
that people can find it and watch our discussion. So make sure you go back and watch it, because that is definitely a really good episode, I think, that we had when we were discussing our Xbox and our history with it. But
Yeah.
this
Thank you, Xbox.
yeah, but this anniversary stream actually brought on like quite a number of cool things here. For one,
yeah.
the main highlights of the event. If the article could load for me, that'd be nice. Now I'm gonna refresh this thing because I don't know why it's not loading all the way. But there are three major things that were important with this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
1, 70 Xbox games were added to the backward compatibility list. Yeah, it's a lot of games to cap off that to be out of backward compatibility.
Definitely.
And they have a whole list. So the second link I gave you actually, gives you another link. So make sure, so if you scroll down the end of the second thing I linked you for that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
At the end, you'll see a thing says in green text, check out the full list of today's titles here.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
believe this is... Yeah, this is it right here. There's a good list here. There's a very good list here.
Oh yeah, the entirety of Max Payne and Fear.
Mm-hmm. That's a huge... That's pretty big. Additionally, they added Skate 2.
Oh yes, Skate 2. That's pretty great, in my opinion.
They added a couple Star Wars games, too, to the list.
Yep.
They added a couple Mortal Kombat games. They added Ridge Racer 6, which I actually used to own that game, and I probably am going to pick it up again, because that was a really fun racing game.
Okay.
Ridge Racer is a really good racing game series. It's actually an arcade racer that was made by Bandai Namco, so it's a very arcade feel.
I see.
There's a couple Dead or Alive games that got added, which... Waifus! Woo!
Whoa, what is it? Is it tennis, I think, right? I don't know. No, it's volleyball. Same concept.
Fighting game.
Yeah, but also volleyball with on the beach. Anyways, oh hey, the entire Gears of War franchise, at least the trilogy and the fourth one as well.
I think
in the Fallout games, or except for like 3 in New Vegas.
No, we're all looking at the last screenshot. Says new backward compatible game on Xbox Series X and S.
Oh no. Oh shit, sorry. The fucking they got FPS boosts.
Oh,
sorry.
yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with me?
Yeah, so if you play those games on Xbox, you do get FPS boosts. Sonic Generations also got FPS boost, which is pretty nice. Actually, yeah, the second link does explain a lot of it, so I'm going to go back there. So, yeah, so like Fear and Fear 3 got FPS boosts, which is really nice. And, yeah, and like you said, Gears of War, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, Dragon Age Origins, Dead Space 2 and 3, Alan Wake, those got FPS boosts.
Oh, yeah.
And some of the FPS boosts also apply to some Xbox Cloud Gaming.
Yeah, I saw that too. So cloud gaming, so it's literally like streaming games, right?
That's what it is, yeah. That's what Nvidia GeForce Now was supposed to be, which, oh my god, we're not talking about it this week, but let's just say that leak has started to become more and more true as games get announced.
Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. I should talk about this later. Like not right now, but oh my god, yeah. It's predicted a lot of stuff. Like there's like, oh my god. Like, wasn't there Half-Life 3 that was being like, wasn't there like a hint that Half-Life 3 was back in development or something?
I don't remember, but we'll have to take a look at that another time. Maybe next week we'll have.
Yeah, certainly.
What we should do, actually, remind me this, is that we should just take a few minutes and just do like a bonus segment in the episode. Maybe
sure.
Maybe before we start the episode off all of the news topics, where we go back to Nvidia leak and we just take a look at, wow. That's all I have to say. Is that's all we have to do.
Yeah, certainly. But back to Xbox.
Yeah. So yeah. If you scroll down, if you go to the end of the article here, there's another link that says check out the fullest of today's titles here.
Okay.
And we scroll down a little bit, you'll see an image that says new backward compatible games on Xbox Series X and S and Xbox One. Because keep in mind, all these games will be, if you had any of these discs available on your Xbox One, even you can pop those games in and it'll work.
I want to see if Morrowind is on here. Give me 1 second.
Actually, Morrowind is.
Morrowind. Woo! Sorry.
I remembered at one point when they first announced that Morrowind was being added, I remember posting on Instagram how happy I was to see that game on there.
Hopefully we can play it in 16:9 this time
Actually, I believe you can.
at 4K. I want to see those 4K Xbox orcs.
Yeah. Thrillville, if you don't know what that is a roller coaster tycoon like game. I hear it's actually pretty good though. And you got Thrillville and the sequel. There's Time Splitters 2 and Time Splitters Future Perfect. Which I
Dude,
hear
they added Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Woo!
Woo! Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Hey. Hold on a damn second. Red Dead Revolver! Woo!
Yeah, you can if you have the Red Dead Revolver on the disc, or I believe you can just buy off the Xbox store. You can just go ahead and download or put the disc in and it'll work.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this is
Rock of Ages.
However, there is a downside to all these games, because while this was a great list, this was a great list.
That's it. That's all, folks. All right.
Yes, because if you go back to the second article again, it says, this is the latest and final edition of 70 plus titles of the backward compatibility program, was only possible with the passion and feedback from the community. Your constant requests for specific titles and enhancements encourage the backward compatibility team to partner with the original creators to preserve thousands of games from over 4 generations of Xbox. While we continue to stay focused on preserving and enhancing the art form of games, we have reached the limit of our ability to bring new games to the catalog from the past due to licensing, legal, and technical constraints. Thank you for being part of the journey with us. So translation is, we wish we were able to add more games to this program. Unfortunately, there's a lot of legal bullshit that we can't actually do.
Yep. And that's the kicker. That's the real kicker, is that even if you know, if your favorite game is not on here, that's it. And that is more than likely a legal issue because of the developer or licensing or God knows what. They don't want their game to be preserved or whatever else gets in the way, because some of these people still don't.
Yeah, I have a couple games I wish would have been back here. Like, I would have loved to see some. There's another racing series that Microsoft had that never got pushed forward. Microsoft originally had 2 racing series.
Are you talking about Dirt?
No, that's owned by Codemaster, which is owned by EA now.
Driver?
No.
Okay, then
You probably never heard
Magic
of it then.
the Gathering. Sorry. I don't know. Is it one of the Off-Road Fury games?
No. So, I won the racing. So, before Microsoft decided to focus purely on Forza and then had Playground do Forza Horizon, there was another racing series Microsoft did known as Project Gotham Racing.
Oh, I've heard of it before, but I didn't know that they were. So that's Gotham as in Batman, right?
No, not that Batman.
Oh.
Not that Gotham.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I have no idea.
You can
I
look
apologize.
it up you can look it up if you're curious about it. But it was another racing series that was more of an arcade-ish nature. Still realistic cars and everything, but I think it had more of an arcade-ish nature. I remember when I got my Xbox 360 back in the heyday, that was one of the first games I had. I think it was Project Gotham Racing 3, I believe it was. Yeah, because I remember some of the first racing games I had was Forza Motorsport 2 and Project Gotham Racing 3. back when I had my Xbox. They were like really good games though. But the sad thing about racing games, as you know, is that there's a lot of legal with issues with cars.
Yeah.
Try to get the rights to have the cars in the game, and on top of it too, the music.
That too.
It would have been awesome if the original Need for Speed Most Wanted or Need for Speed Carbon was backward compatible. Because my god, I would have loved that.
And I assume it's because of all the
Exactly, it's cars.
Musical.
It's cars.
Bullshit.
It's the cars in
And
music.
Great.
It would have been awesome too if Sonic Heroes or Shadow the Hedgehog or even Sonic 06 were backward compatible too. I would have loved that.
Definitely.
Or one game that a lot of people want to see backward compatible too was Jet Set Radio. I mentioned this on the previous episode too, but a lot of people I know a good chunk of people want to see Jet Set Radio back compatible, or any other Sega games that were on the Xbox, because at the time, Sega made quite a number of exclusive games for the Xbox. After the Dreamcast failed. And in fact, too, even funnier if you think about it, the Xbox was originally going to have backward compatibility with the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
So, and it's kind of a shame to see a lot of those Sega games that are harder to find just not be able to move forward. I wonder,
Certainly.
were there any games that you saw from this list that you wished was able to get carried forward? I know you have PC nowadays, and it's just okay, I have all the games I need, I'm cool, but were there any games that you haven't had a chance to play that you wanted to try that would have been hard to find because you don't want to go spend hundreds of dollars on a copy of a game or anything like that?
Yeah, good question. Abandoned games. Not right now. I can't think of any.
That's valid. So that must have been that most of the games you wanted either got added to backward compatibility, or probably in your case, most of them on PC anyway, so you're fine.
Yeah, it's either that or I have copies of them that I can just kind of go back to. I'd have to when it comes to a certain something like Golden Sun and something like that. I don't know. I'm not. I don't really. Something's coming to me right now. Nintendogs. Sorry. I don't know.
Blame Nintendo for not making that game either a reboot of it for the Switch or just not being able to have compatibility with DS games somehow, which the Wii U managed to do.
Yeah.
Other than that, though, I think we can move on to the next thing that Microsoft did for their event. Not only that, they did the 70 games there, but they're also doing a documentary for the Xbox. I have to refresh this article again because it doesn't want to load. God damn it. But yeah, that backward compatibility stuff was definitely, was probably one of the biggest announcements of that entire stream, I think.
Certainly. It's also one of the saddest just because of some franchises that will never resurface because of the lack of exposure.
Yeah.
Are we gonna move on to the museum?
You know what? At this point, I'm just gonna just state the other two things because the article does not want to freaking load.
Okay.
But yeah, there's going to be a documentary that's being added to, that's being made. That's going to detail the history of Xbox,
Okay.
which I thought would be pretty cool. I thought that's pretty cool. But the next major announcement that they made throughout this entire thing, by far, was that they made a beta. They released the beta for Halo Infinite multiplayer, which the two of us have been playing a lot of recently.
Certainly.
Oh, now the article wants the load. Okay, we'll just talk about this then. Yeah. Power On is the story of Xbox, releases on December 3rd. That 13. That's the documentary I was mentioning about. And it's going to talk about things like the Red Ring of Death, like how Xbox reacted to that, and a whole bunch of things. And yeah, the back compatibility thing, we just talked about that. And they have merch and stuff. But yeah, Halo Infinite's the next biggest thing, but we're going to talk all about that later. But yeah, we're going to go to the museum now. So essentially what this is, if you take a look at the article now, you'll see that it's kind of like a metaverse, as they labeled, as you know, the article labels it.
No, that infamous word.
Of yeah, that thing that Facebook wants to mimic.
Yeah.
But, but yeah, Xbox wanted to make a virtual museum, which is a really cool idea to present all this information they have about Xbox. I think it's a really interactive and interesting way to present this.
Certainly.
And I actually did take a look at this at one point, and one of the nice things it does for you is that if you log into this museum and actually try it, you can actually see your Xbox stats on there. It tells you, like, oh, what's your first game that you played on Xbox? When did you first create your Xbox Live account? What were the most played games you had on Xbox?
That's so cool. Wait, it just so it only works if it's on your account, right? It's on. It only works through one account, right?
Why did you have your split in two?
No, I was just wondering, like does it work for somebody who like all the way to the original Xbox on the Xbox Live, all the way to now on the Series X?
If you've used the same Xbox Live account since, yes.
That is insane.
Like
That is insane.
Yeah, my Xbox Live account was from since like the very the beginning of around the beginning of the 360. And it details me this is the first game you played on it, and I think it's like Forza Motorsport 2. It told me straight up.
Jeez, that is insane. Imagine, oh my god, you'd have so much nostalgia looking back at this point. Like, when we did that whole like looking back, I wonder how much I actually truly remembered from when I first picked up an Xbox, because the only game I remember having on the Xbox, like on the Xbox One, because I never really owned a Microsoft console until the Xbox One. Jeez, because I think I really only had Minecraft, because that was what it came bundled with, and it came with an extra controller and stuff. I wonder what my other games were, because, like, geez, that's crazy. The idea of like, it's kind of creepy in a sense, but not really.
Yeah. In addition to, one thing it definitely does is that like it'll also tell you what was the most played game from the last 5 years. So like it'll tell you, break it down. In 2015, I think it's like no, not 20. In 2016, this was your most played game. In 2017, this was your most played game. And for me personally, it was actually Rock Band 4. Which we're going to talk about more about the fate of that game in a later news segment. But It's just funny to see that. Like, I just been playing so much Rock Band 4, it overshadowed everything else. And this year, I actually kind of slowed down my Rock Band 4 playing, and it actually tells me straight up, you ever played a game this year was actually Halo Infinite.
Interesting. Yeah, for me, I assume that for 2018, it was probably Call of Duty World War II.
Mm-hmm.
And I assume maybe 2017 was either Resi 7 or it might have been oh god, I don't know.
Well,
I think Fallout 4.
that makes sense. Yeah,
I
but
was messing around a lot with the mods.
yeah, what I'll have to
First
have
time
you
ever.
do at some point is after another one thing I have to link you to it. After we're done this recording, I'm gonna have to go ahead and just show you this Xbox museum thing because you'll be surprised what you'll find.
Oh yeah.
And in addition, and one of the things they actually not only did they show like artifacts, not only did they do this, they actually showed off certain artifacts in here. In fact, what the main thing they showed off here was an image in that museum that actually shows you the letter that Microsoft presented to Nintendo when they tried to acquire them.
Oh geez, I'm looking at it right now at the museum. I just clicked the Xbox museum thing. That's interesting. Oh my god. It's got Halo 4 over in the corner by the 360. Wow. Oh my god, that's cool. That's really cool. Jeez, that's so fucking cool.
It seemed like you're tearing up on this because of how beautiful it is.
Well, no, it's just like wow, a company actually kind of like having some sort of fan service that doesn't feel forced. It just feels like you've been with us for so long. Thank you for your service with us, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like you'll see there, it kind of it does feel a little heartwarming too when you look at this whole museum thing. Like it makes it feel very heartwarming. It's like this is our history. This is what we are.
Yeah, definitely.
And like I said too, they actually blurred out a little bit of the letter that was presented when it says Microsoft tries to acquire Nintendo.
Oh yeah, yeah, about that. They would later laugh their asses off.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Yeah, because what happened was at the time, Microsoft was like just developing up the Xbox, and Nintendo's GameCube was not doing well. They're like, "Yo, why don't you develop games for our thing? You're good at the games, we're good at the hardware. Why don't you develop the games for our hardware?"
Okay.
Which is an interesting take on that. It's just like, hey, like, think about how much gaming would have changed if Microsoft either made a strategic partnership with Nintendo that made them exclusive games for the Xbox, or they flat out bought Nintendo off and had them as first party.
I don't know how Mario and like what Zelda would be. Like, geez, what would Metroid turn into? Would it like cross over with Halo? Like what the fuck? That's actually quite. Whoa. I like imagine that.
Or like what if this was before Microsoft was actually grabbed Bungie? So Microsoft wouldn't even have. Yeah. So this would if Microsoft acquired Nintendo after Bungie, this would mean that Halo and Mario would have been part of the same company. But if this was before Bungie was bought off by Microsoft, they wouldn't need Bungie. They would have the best first party in the entire industry. They just have Nintendo on lock.
they would crush Sony with exclusives. And Sony would have to think really hard on what to, what to turn into an exclusive, like when it came to like God of War or Uncharted, or like when it came to those with their first party exclusives, like, man, and you would have a reason to buy either console, and there would only be a console war on who gets the exclusive, not which one runs better. That would be, jeez, that's insane to think of,
And it's like, yeah, because then what probably would happen is that Bungie, because I don't know if you remember, before Halo Combat Evolved, there was a different Halo game that was on Mac.
Really?
Like, Halo Combat Evolved would imagine Halo 1, but there was a different Halo game, I guess you could say, that was like a precursor, like, or you could kind of call it like a Zero.
Yeah.
That was quite a bit different, and it actually was, like I said, it was available on Mac.
Hey, look at that.
So, who knows? Maybe another company could have scooped up Bungie. Maybe Apple could have bought Bungie and had Halo be their flagship game, and if like Apple revived the Pippin of all things.
I'm looking at it right now.
Do you even know what the Apple Pippin is?
Apple Pippin? No, doesn't ring a bell.
I believe I remember right. That was actually a video game console. I think Apple. Yeah. That was a video game console. I think it was like Apple partnered with like, I forgot what company it is. I think it was like Bandai Namco or something like that. I forgot what the deal was. It was a flop of a video game system.
What the shit? Oh yeah. It's according to Apple, Pippin was directed at the home market as an integral part of the consumer audiovisual, stereo, and television environment. So.
It was supposed to be a video game system from Apple.
Yeah. Why does it have like a boomerang controller?
I have no idea, but just think about how different that could have been. Like, Apple could have revived the Pippin concept and bought Bungie off and had Halo be a Apple gaming property.
Yeah, it is Bandai. They wanted to make a scaled-down Macintosh for CD-ROM games.
Which is kind of what the Xbox was with Windows.
Oh, yeah, certainly. Actually, you can actually use a lot of, like, modifying and hacking in the Xbox. You can run, I think, Linux on it. Like, it's actually kind of interesting what you can do with the Xbox nowadays. Hell, you could gut it out and make a mini ITX computer out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Won't be the best, but you can actually do something like that.
Oh, certainly. It's fascinating what you can do. But yeah, it's like seeing all this stuff again. I mean, this museum was freaking cool to see, and like you have like this whole thing with. It reveals quite a bit of stuff too that not as many people realized, and it's just cool that Microsoft is celebrating their anniversary in a meaningful way. That's not just, hey, we're gonna have a live stream and announce a couple things, see you later. It's like they're actually doing cool, meaningful things to make this 20th anniversary special. And and for video game historians and everything, like, this was really cool to see.
Oh, certainly.
And if you're a video game preservationist, if you're in that viewpoint that all video games should be preserved, this actually was a pretty good day for you, because while, yes, it sucks that, the program ended, it ended up with a giant bang.
Definitely.
And now, with that being said, I think we can move on to the Game of the Year conversation that we have to deal with.
Oh. Game of the Year.
Yes.
You mean I paid for my game of the year. Sorry. Uh,
It's fine.
Paid reviews. Shills. Sorry.
So,
Alright, thegameawards.com. What do we got here?
So this year's Game of the Year is nominees are Deathloop, It Takes Two, Metroid Dread, Psychonauts 2, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, and Resident Evil Village.
Oh, okay.
So place your bets. Who should win?
Um, hmm.
It's like who do you which game do you think will win, and which game do you think will? Which game? It's like which game do you think will win? Which game do you want to win?
Okay, so, to get the bad news out of the way first, honestly, It Takes Two, besides it stealing, besides it basically being like, what was it? Unraveled, but like a little bit different. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'd never really cared about It Takes Two. And as far as like Deathloop, I'm not sure about Deathloop. Although I'm not as bitter about it as It Takes Two. So for me personally, I kind of would like to see either Metroid or Resi Village, or even Psychonauts 2 win. But and for Deathloop, I haven't really had much exposure for Deathloop that much compared to these other games. But anything here besides It Takes Two, I'd like to see win. But as far as for me, ones that I think that will win, or the one specific one that will 100% win, I'm gonna be completely honest. It's a tie between either Metroid Dread or Ratchet and Clank, because Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, you could tell there was a lot of heart that went into it. The animations look like a fucking Disney movie. They look like a Pixar movie on steroids inside of a video game. Like, honestly, this game is what? How long have you been holding that up?
Ratchet
Hydro?
and Clank.
How long have you been holding that up to the screen?
About a minute.
Oh. Okay.
But yeah, I do have the game, and I need to go and play it because I've heard nothing but great things about it.
Like, let me tell you, the fluidity of the animation in that game is on point. The gameplay, I haven't experienced it, but I've mostly seen. I've been an outsider looking in, but it definitely looks like something that if I got the chance to play, I would definitely try it out and maybe get hooked on the actual Ratchet and Clank series. It's a very polished game. For Metroid Dread, I haven't really been exposed to it that much, but I do know that a lot of people have been praising it. Psychonauts 2, I mean, I know people are hyped for Psychonauts because the original was pretty good. For Deathloop, yeah, like I said before, same thing. Not very much exposure outside of, you know, looking in. It Takes Two, don't like it. It just, I don't know. It seems like it flopped immediately. I don't know why. Didn't seem like it did anything beyond be like another game.
No,
But with Resident Evil Village, this is the only game out of this whole category of games that I've actually played through. I actually played through it on on camera. I recorded my entire playthrough of it, and I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't say that Village is worth being Game of the Year. Not for a bad reason, not because it's a bad game, but it you're gonna have to do a lot more than what Village did for me to feel like it should deserve Game of the Year. It's a great game, don't get me wrong, but Game of the Year, I don't think it will. I don't think anybody's gonna say that it was worthy of Game of the Year because there's a lot of there's a lot of problems with that game story wise that personally didn't mesh well with the previous game and games before it. I feel, but
right.
it's a great game. Just doesn't deserve Game of the Year in my opinion.
Right.
It's okay if you disagree.
I was gonna say, I do feel that Resident Evil Village will probably win Best Horror Game.
Of course.
But that's all I have to say about that. As for myself, I'd like to see either Metroid Dread or Psychonauts 2 win. And Psychonauts 2, the reason why partially why I wish for that game to win, is because I'd like to see Xbox actually get a win. They never get wins. I feel like having Psychonauts 2 win would be a big boon for Xbox.
Certainly.
And Metroid Dread, it's just that, it's a Nintendo game, and Nintendo games also rarely get Game of the Year. And while Breath of the Wild did win Game of the Year, I think like 2017.
Yeah.
It would be nice to have, Nintendo get another W, especially for a franchise like Metroid, which typically is seen as a more niche franchise, and it could use a bit of a boost in sales.
Of course.
As for which games I think will win, it's either going to be Ratchet and Clank or Deathloop.
Okay.
And the reason why is because usually the Game of the Year awards, there definitely seems to be a bit of a bias with either Sony or especially with Kojima. If Kojima is ever in a game, if any of Kojima's games ever get into a Game of the Year discussion, his games get flooded.
Oh, yeah. Even if they're Death Stranding levels of not as coherent.
Exactly.
No offense.
Yeah. And Deathloop, while now it's owned by Microsoft, which means technically Microsoft could get a W through Deathloop because they own Bethesda as well.
Mm-hmm.
It does come up as this is a Bethesda pure game because this was made before Microsoft bought off Bethesda.
Yeah.
So, but I do think that either Ratchet and Clank or Deathloop is going to take Game of the Year, but Metroid Dread and Psychonauts 2 should be the one deserving of it.
Certainly.
But what?
Yeah, personally, I don't know much about Psychonauts to judge it like that.
Right.
But it could be,
Yeah. Now the thing is that I don't like. I'm similar with you in terms of Psychonauts, but I'm just thinking more so in terms of other avenues.
Of course.
Now, the thing that we're gonna have to look at too, the biggest meme of the entire Game of the Year selection, is I have to find it real quick in the categories. For best role playing.
Best role playing. Oh my god.
So
get your bingo cards out right now. Best role playing. Where is it?
you have to press versus view categories of like the upper middle.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, I found it. Okay, what do we got?
Let's
Cyber.
Yeah, let's go right to left to make the more suspenseful. So, Tales of Arise, Shin Megami Tensei 5, Scarlet Nexus, Monster Hunter Rise, and these 4 games are quality games. And then you get to Cyberpunk 2077.
Sorry. Don't sue us. Anyways, oh yes, best RPG. Woo! Had to be pulled off of the PlayStation 4 store. Oh my god, had to be taken off the PlayStation store for being that crappy. When worse games don't even get taken off the store. Oh my god, Q&A. Quality and assurance. Oh my god. Anyways, yeah. Cyberpunk 2077. Best RPG. Best role playing. Oh, I actually feel a tickle by back of my throat. I want to puke.
You know what's funny though? Let's actually look at this category a bit more serious. Like, look at this. So, Tales of Arise, Shin Megami Tensei 5, and Monster Hunter Rise. Those 3 games in particular. Those 3 games have been viewed very critically positively. Like, they've been praised across the board for those 3 games. Scarlet Nexus was also viewed positively too, but that game kind of got forgotten about.
Honestly.
And then you get Cyberpunk 2077, the meme of last year.
You know, that's the saddest part is that they had to wait a year. They had to wait a year before they could put in a check for it to be nominated.
You're
Anyways, right. You know, I'm gonna sign in and vote 2077 just because.
You're doing it for the memes. Oh my god.
Imagine, and then imagine they have the envelope, and they pull a what is his name? They pull a so they say best role playing, Scarlet Nexus, and everyone starts cheering. And then it's like, wait, wrong card. Wait, what's this on the back? And then all of a sudden you hear the synth guitar, and fucking as it kicks in, done. The guy yells Cyberpunk 2077, and then the fucking bass drops and Keanu Reeves walks on stage, all dressed up as Johnny. What is his name? Silverback, yeah.
Silverhand.
Silver hand job. Okay. Impressive car. Sorry. But Keanu Reeves just walks on stage. Da, 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 da. He does the John Lennon keep on trucking walk. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. And then he's like, he just walks up to the microphone, does like a Shia LaBeouf do it while pointing both of his hands at his crotch, it says, "Impressive cock!" And then walks off stage all badass. And then you just see this, like, fucking parade of, like, cyberpunk-looking people. And then that's it. And the worst part is, it wasn't scripted.
That's a pretty scary for something that could potentially happen. I feel like I feel like Tales of Arise or Monster Rise would honestly win.
I mean, they both have Rise in the name. Sorry.
That is true. That's a nice pun, but that is true. I actually got Tales of Arise fairly recently myself, and I've been meaning to play it though because the game does look really good though.
Oh yeah, certainly.
However, one game that a lot of people felt got snubbed from the conversation.
Pokemon Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
No, not that game. There's another game, and there's a reason for it. Forza Horizon 5.
For role playing?
No, for sports and racing.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't know what the fuck's wrong with me. I was like, I thought we were still talking about RPGs.
But the reason I bring this game up because this game actually supposedly got the highest review score of the entire year, and you're gonna get nominated for Game of the Year. Let's just put it got a 91 on a Metacritic average.
Okay.
And all the other we're talking about for critical reviews, not the user reviews, because user reviews are much more skewed.
Yeah.
But and even then, a lot of people actually wanted this game to be on the list because they're like, this is like one of the most revolutionary racing games that have come out in recent memory.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't get nominated for Game of the Year. And because a lot of people felt that this game in particular should have been one of the nominations for Game of the Year. The problem is that it's like people see it as a category that no one really cares about.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I don't care about sports, but I do see the whole idea around, like, because yeah, look at the Game of the Years. They're all none of them have much to do with racing or any sort of sport like thing.
Mm-hmm.
They're all either shooters or a puzzle game,
Mm-hmm.
or a mix of a bunch of categories. And well, I do see, this game because, like, Forza is a big fucking, it's a big brand, it's a big IP, and, oh god, the idea of, because even I have to compliment this game in a sense, because when it released on PC, it was well optimized, and it was very, like, Horizon 5 was, it was one of the games that I saw that you could play in, I think, 480p, which is actually kind of hilarious. So you could probably play on Intel UHD graphics nowadays, which is kind of funny. But not only the optimization, but the actual look of the game was beautiful. But I'm not super into racing games, so I can't really give too much beyond that. But I think people think of sports games because they're basically just sports games. You could play them in real life. I think because, like, I mean, of course, you can't just go out racing in real life, and you can't really be on Major League, football or American football, like, or even soccer. You can't be on these major teams, but I think people just assume that sports games are, they're not as. I feel people don't treasure them as much as shooter games or games that have more fantasy elements because you can fantasize about being a football player and you can also fantasize about becoming an intergalactic alien killer or something, I guess. I don't know. But one of those is possible and one of those isn't. And I think that's kind of the logic they're going on with Game of the Year.
Maybe, yeah.
I feel,
It's hard to really say what's going on.
honestly, I just feel like they don't appreciate them as much, because it's not as fantasy as becoming nobody wants to sign up for the military. Nobody wants to become a soldier on purpose, unless they actually have that mindset, and not many people do. They just want to play Nerf or Airsoft or some sort of laser tag sort of thing. That's why those things exist, but they're not as abundant as buying a soccer ball or buying a football or buying a basketball and heading to the local playground and shooting some hoops or scoring some nets,
No, I get it. Yeah, it's just. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a sports person, and I would definitely not nominate FIFA 22 as Game of the Year by any stretch of the means. But
no.
But it just does feel like there is a minor bit of bias. Like, you could tell, like, especially like we mentioned earlier with the Kojima games. Because of Jeff Keighley's relationship with Kojima, it feels like he puts a lot of Kojima's games, nominates them for Game of the Year or many categories, because the friendship that he has with them.
Yeah, and not only that, but Kojima has been quite well renowned, as a very he's not out there in the sense that it's weird. He's out there in the sense that he has a different perception of what's fun in a game, and he like, I feel like with Kojima he understands what people don't think that they want in a game, in a sense,
Yeah.
Like, I feel like a lot of his gameplay elements of his, like, the past Metal Gear Solid games, a lot of the things that he threw in, like, there's a lot of things to do in Metal Gear, and Metal Gear games are usually very short. But there is a lot of things, like, I think at one point in Metal Gear 3 or Metal Gear Solid 3, you can smoke cigarettes underneath a beehive, and the bees won't disturb you.
Right.
Or if you eat a poisonous item, if you spin around and get yourself dizzy, Snake will puke out the I think Big Boss actually is that Snake, but he will puke out the poison. And there's a few other, cool things, like if you turn the console off and then wait a little bit or set the clock ahead, like if you let it sit there for a week, one of the bosses will actually die of old age because that boss is about to die, and he would die in a week from some sort of thing he has. And in real life, you shut the console off, wait a week, and then play another game, come back to the game, he's dead. Why? I don't know. He just is. And you didn't have to do anything but either set the clock ahead or just wait a week and play something else. So yeah, no, it's actually quite, you know, it's amazing what, you know. I feel like he adds all these interesting things because while in a normal gameplay sense, I don't know, they're not like amazing. You know, they're not like this is like but there's a lot of details that he adds to the games, and there's a lot of gameplay elements that he adds that are non-standard but are very I'd say they break into a new normal. You know, they break into a new standard of what games can be with details. Because
Right.
for a PlayStation 2 game, the Metal Gear games were jam-packed full of things you could do in them. Or even Metal Gear Solid 1 on the PlayStation 1. Um, but yeah, um, I feel like, though, that when Kojima releases a kind of a bombshell with Death Stranding, you know, because no offense, Death Stranding was a lot of it felt like forced exposition, and it felt like the characters were detached from the player. It for me. It feels like, although they had a lot of that Kojima feel with, like, you know, some of the things that he threw in the game, like one of the characters doesn't like if you stare at their crotch for a few seconds. Um, but um, I feel like some of the dialogue was too forced exposition without giving any context or letting the player know what that thing is. Among other kind of terrible gameplay aspects. But even if he releases a bombshell like that, some people still praise Death Stranding. You know, so
Yeah, and I do know that Death Stranding, the newer version that came out for like the PS5, PS4, I believe they added more like action-based segments to the game too, from what I understand too, as well. But that's for a whole other story.
oh yeah, certainly. But back to the Game Awards, though. Yeah, I do get what you're saying. Like, um, they're although I honestly I feel like the Game Awards isn't something to take seriously because a lot of stuff you can kind of see where it was, you know, it's like seeing critic scores on video games.
Yeah,
They do not match the user scores because these critics don't really play the game or are gamers like us.
yeah. The one thing to keep in note though, that the Game Awards is important for one reason. Whatever game wins Game of the Year, they can put down the box art and advertise, yo, this is the Game of the Year. Go buy it. This is the best game of the year. Go buy it.
Oh yeah, certainly.
So, and while the Game Awards has been a show that sometimes has a mixed bag, it's usually a time of celebration. But unlike that time of celebration, it does not compare to the mess that is Activision Blizzard.
Oh yeah. You thought Rockstar was bad?
No, this shit's much worse.
Not only do their games suck, but their employees do too. Now we've known this since since the early days of GAHCast.
Yep. All the way back in episode 4. So if you haven't, seen the episode, I would highly encourage you to check out episode 4 and many of the episodes that we've had throughout the entire series that detail Activision Blizzard and their events, because what we had to go through for this whole thing, it's just fucked up. I still remember back in episode 4 when myself and Alpaca were talking about everything, and we were just joking around about everything, but then once we started going on a deep dive, we were like, oh
Yeah,
no.
I felt really terrified almost. Like I felt like I was making fun of something that I didn't know about, and then when I found out that, like, this Activision Blizzard stuff isn't as bad as just, oh, they're drinking during working periods, and that's why the game has like that's why one of the guns can shoot through solid like tungsten. No, they're like they're getting drunk and doing heinous shit. You know, they're like, and they're forcing people to drink or some like just crazy shit. And that was a hard episode to like finish off on because I felt like I felt like we were like, oh wow, you know, and then like I took this stuff very personally because it honestly it's not a good thing. No, it's not a fucking it's a difficult thing to tread on. In my opinion,
it is like
I feel because it's a very personal thing.
It is like their games have impacted us. Like I mentioned that in episode 4, like I played World of Warcraft. That's a game that they made. And Overwatch, I played Overwatch, and they're the publishers. They're the ones that publish and own the rights to the Guitar Hero franchise. And that's a series I have loved for a very long time. And they also own Tony Hawk Pro Skater, and they currently have Spyro and Crash Bandicoot, two beloved platforming icons, in hostage.
Yeah, and not to mention that Activision is completely just a Call of Duty machine at this point, and I definitely loved the Call of Duty franchise, but nowadays it's become this money machine. So, but on top of that, now, not only do I not want to play it because the games don't seem as intriguing to me or as, like, you know, I actually enjoy playing this game, now it's just, now not only that, but there are scumbags who are the leaders of this game. You know, these are the people the higher ups, and they're taking advantage of their wealth, leadership, and success, and doing this shit to people who just want to fucking get by in California, you know?
Mm-hmm.
California is a difficult state to live in because there's a lot of fucking... Oh, God, it's a difficult place to live in if you don't already have a great job or something to fall back to, I swear, you know?
Yeah, the real estate cost over there is ridiculous for no reason. It's kind of sad. But let's get to the first article that we have of the never-ending saga at this rate, because
it's gonna live with them for a long time.
Mm-hmm. So, first we have to talk about how Activision CEO Bobby Kotick, who both of us hate at this point, allegedly knew about the sexual conduct for years.
Yeah.
And the thing that sets it off is that there was a report at the time that alleged that not only had Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick been aware of sexual misconduct claims within the company since 2018. The thing that sets it off is he reportedly told his assistant that he would have her killed in a voicemail left in 2006. And that a report by the Wall Street Journal, which we were going to actually read off this link, but it didn't work for us, alleges that in 2018, Kotick was informed by email that a female employee had been raped in 2016 and 2017, pressured by a male supervisor to drink too much alcohol within the office and other work events. The victim reached an out-of-court settlement with Activision. However, Kotick did not tell Activision's board of directors anything about the settlement or alleged rape. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. This is... You know, this is this really says a lot, you know? along with him intervening on one of the co-heads of Treyarch, Dan Bunting.
Yeah, it mentions this in the article down below. It's like it's also for the Kodak intervention to prevent Treyarch co-head Dan Bunting from being fired after he was accused of sexual harassment in 2017.
And just the fact that, Jen O'Neill, the fact that she actually stepped down back in August, and what was it? Give me 1 second.
Yeah, the article that's mentioned down here, it's like the last paragraphs here. It says, in August, Jen O'Neill, who stepped down as Activision Blizzard co-head just months after taking the job, expressed concern with a member of Activision's legal team, stating that it was clear that the company would never prioritize our people the right way. O'Neill also said she had been sexually harassed earlier in her career within Activision and that she was paid less than fellow co-head Mike Ibarra. In the email, O'Neill added that she had been tokenized, marginalized, and discriminated against.
Yeah. But it's just, this guy still has weight in the company, and that's the worst part. This is somebody who, it says in the article that if he was terminated, he would still make a little under, he would still make a little over 2,000, it's in total 2,000, $264,524 in US dollars, even if he got terminated. So he still has weight around,
$292,970,341
for right now as a CEO.
It says, as highlighted by Steven Totila on Twitter, Kodak stands to make a maximum of €218,109,094.62. I don't know what the hell that is. But just think about that. It feels like it's like he comments in the tweet there. If you thought Bobby Kodak's 2020 income of $155 million was big, you should see what he'd make if Activision replaced him. Yeah.
Oh.
So essentially, if he gets fired, yes, if terminated by Activision Blizzard for cause, Kodak will still be paid $264,524. But still, like, what? He makes more money from being fired than being the head of the company. And on top of it, too, he's been getting away with all this shit for all these years. That's just disgusting.
I don't get it. This is the perfect fucking scam,
Yeah. And it sounds like
he gets fucking fired, and he still makes, millions.
Yeah. And I didn't hear you speak. You were probably speechless by reading all that or hearing this.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to say stuff. It's just, and this guy's gonna get away with it. With the with that, he's gonna, he's gonna get away with it. He's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna go to jail. I think that, he's gonna walk away, with you know, he might have a tarnished, you know, record, but I don't think that means shit to him. He's got all the money in the world to make him happy, and he can continue to do that stuff, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Honestly, I don't think that there's a way out of that, you know? I think that it's quite obvious that you know, I think it's quite obvious that
Yeah. And to continue further, the next day afterwards, there were calls for Bobby Kotick's resignation as employees staged a walkout. So, remember from episode 4, there was a walkout that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now another one happened. And they mentioned a couple updates in this article since then. For instance, how advocacy group ABK Workers Alliance recently published a document signed by 500 employees called for Kotick's removal as CEO of Activision Blizzard. And on November 17th, game developer report that Activision Blizzard leadership continues to stand by and battle CEO Bobby Kotick during an all-hands-on meeting today. Execs also answered pre-screened questions from employees. So, in other words, despite all this shit happening, as of that day, November 17th, the board, you know, the executives are still by Bobby Kotick's side. And the updates keep continuing here. So, essentially what happened is that a group of shareholders led by Union Pension Group Associated Investment Group called for a resignation of Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick and time of two other members of the board of directors. The problem is that while it's good that you see that board is happening, we'll see another thing mentioning too. According to Jason Schreier, who's been a very big, you know, gaming journalist within the industry, he mentioned that they only have a very small stake in the company. But even if their stake is really small, the fact that, you know, a small stake is, you know, involved. Yeah, look at this. This group, SSC, owns only 4.8 million shares, or just 0.6% of Activision Blizzard. So this group, while it's good to see that there's some people that are wanting to get some pressure, they only own less than 1% of the shares of the company.
Okay.
But yeah. But it gets... Oh, this is all the same thing we covered earlier. But anyways, yeah, just another reminder that, you know, more than 800 Activision Blizzard employees and contractors have signed a petition called for CEO Bobby Kotick to remove his CEO. And they even mentioned here, we, the undersigned, no longer have confidence in leadership of Bobby Kotick as the CEO of Activision Blizzard. The information that has come to light about his behaviors and practices in the running of our companies run counter to the culture and integrity we require of our leadership, and directly conflicts with the initiative started by our peers. So yeah, like, again, it's baffling.
It is.
Like, this guy is still in power, he's still doing all this stupid shit, and not only do we have his employees criticizing him, but now you're starting to get some of the heads involved. For instance, Sony Jim Ryan was also critical of Activision Blizzard's response to Kotick report. And Jim Ryan, as mentioned, we do not believe their statement of response properly addressed the situation. And additionally, too, in the aftermath of the Wall Street Journal article, the Activision Blizzard employee group ABK, yep, we already mentioned that, But it says, additionally, the Twitter account for Activision Blizzard Studio, Toys for Bob, posted on Twitter using the ABK Workers Alliance preferred hashtag saying, today and always, we stand in support of women and all of our fellow coworkers at Activision Blizzard. We must build a better ABK. It's like, even their studios are getting fed up. And Toys for Bob is the makers of, like, the studio that starts off like Crash and Spyro.
Yeah.
And to see this shit happen is just fucked up.
It does.
And not only that, but remember that lovely guy Phil Spencer talked about? That beautiful man that wants to preserve gaming as much as he can?
Mm-hmm.
Even he has mentioned stuff, another private report to his employees. He said that, it says, Bloomberg is now reporting that Microsoft boss Phil Spencer has now told staff he was disturbed and deeply troubled by the horrific events and actions at Activision Blizzard, and Microsoft is, get this, evaluating all aspects of our relationship with Activision Blizzard and making ongoing proactive adjustments. And even then, a Microsoft spokesperson told The Verge that that report was accurate. So yeah, like, you have two of the so now we're at the point in which two of the major first-party companies have made statements about the situation.
Yeah.
This could mean
this.
Yeah.
Yeah. This goes to show that you know, I mean, at least they're looking into it, you know, and not gonna, you know, they're not just gonna, you know, walk by it and be like, oh, well, you know, money, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting, you know, Xbox is, you know, to kind of go back to what we said about Xbox, I know Xbox hasn't always been the most inclusive place because, you know, there was, you know, the whole meme about Modern Warfare 2 lobbies and stuff. But this kind of just, you know, I mean, I'm glad that they're thinking about it. They're looking back at it a little bit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And they're kind of reassessing what Activision Blizzard is. You know, they're kind of just seeing it for what it is and not just going blindly into it and just accepting this or that, you know? I still do wonder what Sony's gonna do about their exclusivity with Activision. Wonder if they are really going to do the same thing about reassessing like Microsoft is, you know?
Yeah, we're gonna have more things to show soon. But I know that our next article we have to talk about relating to this is that Activision, after those two companies made their statement, Activision responded to the criticism from Sony and Microsoft.
Yeah.
And it says Activision had responded to the comments from both Sony and Microsoft heads. Yesterday, Jim Ryan said he was disheartened and frankly stunned to hear the state of Activision Blizzard today. Phil Spencer went further, saying he is evaluating all aspects of Xbox relationship with Activision. The response comes by way of on GameIndustry.biz, who posted the quote from Activision on Twitter. It's very typical non-answer that doesn't really tell anything. Simply stating, we respect all feedback from our valued partners and are engaging with them further. That's all that was said.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Like, that definitely is PR speak. Like, it's not like fully stating what's actually going on. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, that's... Wow, they didn't even fucking try. Holy shit. Can you rephrase that in a sentence that we'd understand? You know? Like, tell us, you know, fucking, what is that meme? Like, oh god, how do I say it? Like, tell us that you don't give a flying fuck without telling us you don't give a flying fuck, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, jeez. They can't even fucking, they can't even say it in a way that doesn't sound like they're just, oh yeah, we're acknowledging it. We're not actually going to give true feelings about it,
Yeah, like it's just been awful. And it
Yeah.
continues on. There's more to this whole story. There's quite a bit more. Whether we want to admit it or not, there's more.
Yeah, no, it's not that it's just goddamn, so fucking slimy.
Yeah, and now the next article we have here is saying that Activision Blizzard CEO will consider leaving if problems aren't solved quickly. Spoiler alert, they're probably not going to get solved very quickly.
And spoiler alert, he's not going to leave at all. He's not going to leave. He's not going to solve them. He's not going to leave if they don't get solved quickly.
Yeah. Because mentions in this article on Engadget, it's the fourth to last one, because we're actually almost at the end of this whole Activision Blizzard stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That Kotick held a meeting last week involving senior leadership at Blizzard Entertainment, in which case he said he was ashamed of some of the incidents that occurred at the studio under his tenure as CEO. He reportedly went to apologize for his handling of the current situation, as after he was told some employees would not be satisfied unless he were to resign. According to the journal, Kotick left open the possibility of a resignation if he couldn't fix the company's problems with speed.
Oh, really? Yeah.
So, yeah. Spoiler is probably going to be that the board of executives, however, are good. All they need is money. They only care about the money. And so,
Truly.
And if, as long as this person is still CEO of the company,
Mm-hmm.
then they're going to lose their bottom line.
Yeah. There's no reason to kick him out because it generates too much money to really, to really be morally it's bankrupt, but hey, at least they're not going to be physically bankrupt. Am I right?
Lol. But this is not time for joking. It's a time of...
No, seriously, but that's literally what their fucking issue is that if it's morally bankrupt, at least it's not physically, monetarily bankrupt, Being literally bankrupt is worse than morally to these fucking people,
Exactly. And after all this happens, then Nintendo announces their statement.
Oh, Nintendo. You haven't released a COD game in years. Or on your devices. Sorry. Alright, what's Nintendo got?
So...
Oh. Same thing as Sony, distressing, disturbing. Oh my god, wow.
Yeah, so this is what it says here. Along with all of this is from Doug Bowser, who is the who's the president of Nintendo America.
Yeah.
But as it says here, along with all of you, I've been following the latest developments with Activision Blizzard and the ongoing reports of sexual harassment and toxicity as a company. I find these accounts distressing and disturbing. They run counter to my values as well as Nintendo's beliefs, values, and policies. And later, it also says, though without detail, Bowser also has representatives at Nintendo, have been in contact with Activision, have taken action, and are assessing others.
I see. Yeah, yeah, I can only assume that him and further representatives are just discussing such as this like stuff, they're just for fuck's sake.
Mm-hmm.
It's it's just scary, you know?
It is. And later on, it also mentions that he does, however, make mention of the ESA. We all know who they are. And it says Bowser says that Nintendo has been working with ESA as of at least last week to strengthen stances on harassment and abuse in the workplace, and the ESA must hold its members to the highest standard. Every company in the industry must create an environment where everyone is respected and treated as equals, and where all understand the consequences of not doing so. Translation: yo, you shouldn't be doing this. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, it's like Nintendo is saying more what Microsoft says rather than what Sony says.
Yeah, the headline is, and like, the headline is very, was very, Sony-like, but when I explored further, yeah, like, they're, like Nintendo is really, like, thinking, like, a lot on this. Like, they're really, like, God. You know?
Yeah. And Nintendo is typically more a family-friendly company, so see, like, not having Spyro or Crash, not really coming to Nintendo systems because Activision just wants to push them to Call of Duty.
Exactly.
It's kind of aggravating Nintendo a bit as well, but anyways, we have another article, and we have a few more articles on this whole matter. And after all this happens with Nintendo, Activision's damage control reaches a sad new low, as this Kotaku article mentioned, and it says that faced with internal unrest, plummeting share prices, and a growing public relations disaster, the men and women at the very top of Activision Blizzard, the senior executives and board of directors, should all be resigning. Instead, they put out a desperate press release in the middle of the night announcing the formation of a workplace responsibility committee. This committee will apparently oversee the company's progress in successfully implementing its new policies, procedures, and commitments to improve workplace culture and eliminate all forms of harassment and discrimination at the company. And get this, policies that reportedly won't retrospectively apply to the conduct of CEO Bobby Kotick.
Of course not.
And it says that Activision had appointed the only 2 women on a top 10 person board of directors to lead this committee, and soon will be adding a new diverse director to that board to join them. And it says the committee will require management to develop key performance indicators and or other means to measure progress and ensure accountability. The chief executive officer, Bobby Kotick, along with the chief people officer and chief compliance officer, will provide frequent progress reports to the committee, which will regularly brief the full board. The committee is powered to retain outside consultants or advisors, including independent legal counsel, to assist in its work. It says, so the committee, consisting of 2 members of the board, which will brief the board, of which Kotick is a member, and outside advisors can be consulted, but there's no mention of input from Activision Blizzard's nearly 10,000 strong workforce. And then it closes with, while the company, with the board support, has been making important progress to improve workplace culture, it is clear that current circumstances demand increased board engagement. Formation of the committee and additional future change will help facilitate additional direct oversight and transparency and ensure that the company's commitments to Activision Blizzard's workplace are carried out with urgency and impact. This has been a challenging time across the company, but the board is confident in the actions underway to set the company up for future success. So think of it this way. The company wants to control how this whole situation is going to get solved. Nothing with the employees' involvement. Nope, just the executives.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
No, you can't fucking do that. You can't just fucking say, oh, yeah, we're gonna handle this, but the adults are talking. Go back to work. Go do your homework, kiddo. You know, employees. The adults are talking in the meeting room, you know?
Mm-hmm.
That's literally what it is. And these are adults that don't have the mindset of a responsible adult that are telling the kids to go play somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It pretty much is just like, hey, guess what? We know you're dealing with a lot of this shit going on. We understand, but don't worry. We're gonna take some time and solve it, and everything should be back to normal soon. But the problem is that you have these executives who all the employees are literally fucking despising right now. And yeah, the first party system makers are also scrutinizing them. And it's like nothing gonna get solved until, this continues. Because you mentioned the board of directors is made up of many of Kotick's old pals. Like,
Fucking serious? It's made up of his old pals, like people that, you know, that he knows will have his back at this, at least out of, at least one out of them will have his back on this and change the scene, like, I don't know.
yeah.
It's like watching an infection spread and the person thinking that they can fix it by drinking tea or something and not seeking medical help. It's like watching somebody think they're doing the right thing when they know they're imploding everything and just reestablishing the same fucking problem. Either on purpose or they just think, oh, yes, this will work. Jesus Christ.
And then the last thing I have to share about this is a reminder about what the ESA said, and that's harassment, abuse, or mistreatment of any kind in the workplace is unacceptable and must never be tolerated. When allegations arise, people impacted need to have their voices heard. Any allegations need to be acknowledged, thoroughly investigated, and addressed with the meaningful consequences. The vitality of our industry requires that everyone in the workplace and in our communities feel valued and respected. As an industry association, the ESA convenes its member companies to create dialogue and shape action to ensure that these beliefs are realized. Whew. Jesus fucking Christ. It really is just rough.
Yeah.
Like, believe me, we haven't been this saddened by anything else in this podcast since episode 4 when we first talked about this shit. Because we never had many we only had, this is the second giga time we had to talk about this whole Activision Blizzard shit. And just having all this in context just makes us feel more and more and more pissed off at what's going on. And we need to remind everyone again that we welcome everybody. Doesn't matter what race, gender, ethnicity, religion, whatever. You're welcome into our community. And we hope that, we can have you all by our sides and be good mentors and just provide the best amount of entertainment and commentary we can. But that's a dark one.
Somebody in the comments mentioned of how when Kotick first came in at Activision, he was very like, he would berate a lot of the people, a lot of the developers. He would make people break down and cry and, fire them on the spot, apparently.
Jesus Christ, that's awful. That just makes, not only do you have him already doing this shit, but he's also a hard ass on top of it. No. I don't want to work with something like that. Thank you.
No.
But to all the employees out there of Activision Blizzard, we welcome you into our community still. We are on your side for this whole situation, no matter what happens. And we hope that by us talking about this and conversing about this spreads some light. Even if this video won't get many views, we hope at least another voice into the discussion is helpful.
I hope so.
Right.
I just feel bad for the people who can't get out of this, like the people who, have to want to live in LA or California in general, and they live paycheck to paycheck because of the fucking, I haven't experienced it myself, but I know that out there it's a fucking different ballgame. And man, I don't know. It's just crazy,
It really is.
I feel bad for the people who are stuck in that position of having to live there under this company, under a fucking CEO who's such a scumbag and needs to be he needs to be stopped.
Yeah.
At this point, that there's no recovery for, because the previous article said, he can be fired with or without cause and still make above $1 million. He can be on disability and make $1 million. He can be on God fucking knows what, and he'll be living the good life, and it won't,
Right.
For a fucking, for a, for a world that's I don't know. I think of I think of the idea of power and stuff like that. It's there's nothing. Once you have that amount of power, there's no way of stopping you from doing whatever the fuck you want. I swear.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point, Bobby Kotick could do something beyond the pale and get away with it.
Mm-hmm.
And he would have enough money to back himself up.
Mm-hmm.
I think he could do anything at this point and get away with it, or just not give a shit. That's the type of fucking power I'm afraid of.
Yeah, it's a very fucked up situation, and like I said a couple before, we welcome everybody in this community. We won't try to harass you. We just wanted to be be a part of our community and just try to form a good friendship with everybody.
Yeah.
And while the Trojan Dark Horse happens, we can now move on to some more brighter topics.
Hopefully, yeah.
Like, for instance, how Xbox Cloud Gaming is now available for Xbox consoles.
Oh.
Yeah, so...
Oh, yeah. I heard about this. You can basically stream the game, test it, and then you can either refund it or download it and keep it, right?
Kinda, but not really. So the way it works is that with your Game Pass Ultimate subscription, what this allows you to do is essentially you can stream the game, and then you could, if you like what you play, you can then download the game, or one of the biggest uses for it is that if there's a game that you know you like that you are going to download, right? You could then stream the game while it's downloading. Or this also can be used for, like, if you have an Xbox One and you want to, say, play Starfield next year, you can do so without having to buy a Series X.
Oh, cool. Cool. Oh, I see. If a friend sends you a multiplayer invite for a game you don't have installed, you can stream the game. Interesting. Nice. I thought it was really going to be like a try and then download thing. I do worry about streaming a game and then downloading it as well. I'm kind of afraid that might like make it absolutely useless unless you have like a gigabit, like, or no, not even a gigabit, a very fast like download speed.
No, I get that, yeah.
But
that's definitely gonna be more useful for fast speeds, but even then, this is still a very useful utility to have. Like the like the option of being able to do this is nice.
Definitely.
And that's all that really matters. And just to have it officially available is just very interesting to see what could happen from this. Like Halo Infinite right now is not part of this whole streaming thing because technically it's a free-to-play game. You just download your Xbox or PC, call it a day, and we're going to talk about that pretty soon as well.
Oh yeah.
But it gets us thinking though, like this has many uses. Like
certainly.
Like, do you want to play a game and just not have to download it? Or you have an Xbox One, you still can't find a Series X or a Series S? Just do this for now until you can afford a Series S or a Series X, and then there you go. Or do you want to do this? And there you go. And I think this is going to be a very useful application overall, and I'm just looking forward to, possibly trying this. Could I do this see at these, maybe? That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But
I wouldn't mind trying it on the Xbox One, just to see how it would hold up.
Yeah. I would say in your case, you could definitely try Starfield on it, see how that runs.
Definitely.
Or maybe the Medium even, because that's a Series X that's exclusive game, and that's on Game Pass. That's something you could do. But while we have a cool new feature added, we also have a pretty interesting delay that happened.
Oh yeah.
Probably one of the biggest games in February. And that is, we have to talk about how Saints Row got delayed out of February. Now, for those who don't know, Saints Row has been a GTA-like game. It's similar to Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
But the difference that it takes ever since like 2 and then 3, it gradually evolved into a more comedy based GTA sort of game.
Yeah.
That's what it eventually evolved into that, with 3 and 4 being the most wacky of the bunch. But this reboot, what's supposed to do is that it's supposed to go back more towards its roots. Be a bit more of a serious game.
Okay.
But the thing is that this game got delayed out from February 25th of 2022 to August 23rd, 2022. And based on what I'm seeing here, even if this is meant to polish the game, this is actually a better move overall.
I think so too.
Because February is already packed as it already is.
Mm-hmm.
Elden Ring comes to mind too. That's a game a lot of people are looking forward to.
Definitely.
And there's many other games I can't even count. It's just ridiculous. And yeah, it's that February's already a crazy month, and it's just like, why would you want to put your game in the middle of a crazy month where so many games being released when you could just shift it out, get it out of there, and have your game stand out a bit more?
Yeah.
And that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah. Personally, for me, excuse me. Personally, for me, I'm okay with it being delayed, but I wish that game developers or like the higher ups would stop making this like yeah, I wish they would like stop making dates that are very like difficult to achieve, I feel. And I also wish they'd kind of release a little bit of gameplay just to show that they're not like delaying it because of other reasons, like certain other games.
Yeah, I know Saints Row actually has shown some clips of gameplay here and there, like in their trailers are all gameplay. A lot of it is gameplay footage.
Okay.
So they're like few seconds, split seconds where you actually see actual gameplay for the game. But
They did respond to somebody who actually was asking the same question. They said you won't much time to wait for this. We will be showing more gameplay in the coming weeks. Okay. Good.
that's what I mean. Like, it seems like the social media is at least being transparent about what's going on.
Yeah.
But our next article we have to talk about, though, besides the fact that, we have this delay, is the fact that Sony is obtaining a patent for PS5 covers and skins.
Get the fuck to D-Brand. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so beforehand, Sony would file lawsuits or cease and desist orders for trying to get this thing going.
Oh, yeah.
And now it looks like Sony's filing a patent for the covers and skins that have been listed that they've been cease and desisting. So this could potentially hint at them trying this sort of stuff out on their own. However, this also could just be them covering their bases in case they have to do more lawsuits.
Yeah. I guess.
So it's like it's hard to really say what direction this could go in.
Honestly, the way I see it is they're trying to like find, yeah, like you said, I feel they're trying to like they're trying to prevent people from making these aftermarket parts, because I like that whole thing with D-Brands that happened weeks ago, or I think last month. That was actually kind of hilarious how they were kind of pissed. I'm not sure if that was just their marketing sort of like because I know D-Brand has this way of like they have this like attitude and it's kind of like it's basically Wendy's if Wendy's was also trying to be edgy. So uh and that's not like a that's not to hate. I'm just saying that they try their best not to be like sensitive to people. Um and when Sony did this, I think they called them terrorists or something. And now what's happening here is like I think they're trying their very best to prevent that from happening again. And I really wonder what D-Brand is thinking. Like, is this like this is just an attack? I swear. I mean, hopefully they have some like vinyl covers because I know that like selling vinyl covers for stuff is still a thing. But yeah, I still wonder about that whole thing, like making them a little bit off-brand looking. Would that change Sony's opinion?
Well, that's what Deep Brand actually was doing over time. They've been gradually trying to make them as different as possible.
Of course, I'm just saying, like, I know Sony's not going to back down because they already tried once. That's whatever. I don't really care too much either way. Doesn't affect me. I don't own a PlayStation. The most I care about is like D-Brand releasing a Baby Metal skin faceplate. Anyways, got that lunchbox. Sorry. Anyway,
Shall I talk about Halo?
Let's talk about Baby Metal and Rob Zombie roasting those fuckers. Anyway, sorry. Yeah. If you go on our Discord, viewer, if you go on our Discord, and check the meme section, section, me and Hydro. So Hydro posted this like screenshot from Facebook, and it was Rob Zombie with Baby Metal, and Rob Zombie was like ripping asshole with like the fucking, you know, people who were like, oh, Baby Metal isn't metal. Like, oh my god, like. They were like, he was fucking like he was like burning them alive, and like I was like, I made a meme, and basically it was a Glock being pointed at like a Heineken ad that had a squirrel screaming, and I don't know, this fucking guy is like insane. He says that Baby Metal makes him want to kill things, and I was like, holy shit, dude, do you have like a fucking shed out back that has like a bunch of saws and ribs spreaders or something? Like, what the fuck? Anyways, Halo Infinite, sorry.
No,
fucking insane ass fucking people. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
all right.
Discord description. Yeah, please do so. We want people to come in our community so we can do stuff.
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, before we get started, I just wanted to get us started on talking about our thoughts on Halo Infinite. So, FluufAlpaca, what have you been thinking of this game so far?
It's a sheep. No, I'm just kidding. So it made me want to buy the Master Chief Collection. Mm-hmm. And also, I actually love it so far. It is, you know, I really don't know how to describe it other than the fact that this game has, like, I feel like I can play it for fun and not play it because, you know, oh, it's, you know, I don't feel like I should play it and I'm forced to play it just to earn the stuff in the battle pass or whatever. I feel like I can play this game and have fun with it. That being said, it does lack a little bit of the amount of modes that I know Halo has had. Like, I know that there are a lot of, I know it's practically kind of a beta, and it's free, but they're also still allowing you to buy the battle pass, which, you know, I don't know, but I mean, it's a free multiplayer. You don't have to pay anything. You can just play and enjoy it. There is no advantage to any of the things. It's all cosmetic. It pretty much has to be nowadays, I think. And besides the slight issues with the PC edition, like having to set your frame rate, the minimum, you either turn it to 120 or off, I think. I'm not too sure. There's a few like minor issues that I've ran into, like it crashing sometimes, or there's a few things you need to do, like, if you have a graphics card that is not 4K capable in video games, or it can do 4K textures, but I don't know, your card just can't handle it sometimes, or the reason why the performance chugs is literally because you need to disable the 4K textures. And there's also a few other small crashes, but other than those little bugs, the launch has been relatively great. And besides the lack of content, which it's a beta, I guess, but I'm not going to really excuse that in a sense, because there are some betas out there that are not really betas, but this is an actual beta, I feel. And I feel like they actually tested most of the actual game during the beta. Like, they tested connections and ping and sort of stuff like that to tweak it further. Like, they did betas for actual beta testing, not just to play the game early and then release the game later on with, but loving it so far. They added a few things like Fiesta that would, spice up some of the gameplay, but in general, it's a little lacking on the game modes. But other than that, it feels like a fun game, and I love the time to kill. I love the fact that it's very long and that it's very difficult to actually kill an enemy, so you have to be on target a lot of the time. Of course, you get more health, and it's a little easier to not die. But if you are not fast enough and you are not on target enough, like you could, like in Call of Duty, you twitch aim and you kill people and they melt and they die. But in Halo, you have to get on target as fast as you can. You don't have to, twitch over to that guy and shoot him and he dies instantly. It's not about reaction times that much. It's about your ability to stay on target and kill the enemy,
Yeah.
So I do love that, compared to what I'm used to with first person shooters. I know that Halo has never been a great game when it comes to the gunplay, when it comes to like the weapon, like not the gunplay, but the it's never been a great game when it came to the amount of weapons that you have at your disposal. There's a lot of energy weapons, a lot of ballistic weapons, but they're limited to a scoped carbine, a regular, you get the MA40, and then you start with a pistol. But I don't know. There's a few things like dual wielding that I've seen in like 2 and 3, which were back, except for the Needler, because I know that's a fucking big other thing, having dual wield Needlers. which they had to actually remove out of the fucking game, apparently, according to Hydrowave. That's insane. I do wish that they at least added the another SMG, so you don't feel like you have to rely on the Needler for close range battles, you know? But, I don't know. Besides all of this, I'm gonna be completely honest though, it is a fun game, and it's definitely worth a download and a try. But if you are looking for, like, if you're looking for more than just capture the flag, domination, and team deathmatch, along with some other small little modes, like there's one called Oddball where somebody holds a skull and camps in a corner and you score points per second, I think. That's quite it's quite an annoying mode because you really need the entire team to flush them out. So
Yeah.
anyways, that's my thoughts. You can go ahead, Hydra. I don't want to take the stage too much, you know.
No, it's fun. After all, we are teaming together for this, and we want to get both our thoughts out there. But my thoughts on Halo Infinite are, the gameplay is perfect. Like, a lot of people will say that, this is a return to Halo, and I largely agree with this. I mean, I have played a bit of 5, and it is fun, but it does feel like coming back to Halo Infinite after skipping out mostly on 4 and 5, even though I know I probably like those games. It just feels like going back to Halo again, and it's just like, it just feels classic, and I like that about it, with some modern twists to it. Like, yeah, I'm not into as much of the first person shooters as, like, say Alpaca is over here, but I do play some every now and then. Like, I'm not the biggest Call of Duty guy, per se. Like, I'm not the biggest expert in shooters, but I could say that it just feels like classic Halo has returned a bit. I do have to say that the Battle Pass, the progression is tedious, because I actually bought the Battle Pass.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, but the Battle Pass, that's what
The progression of the Battle Pass does feel slow, and even though we will talk about what 343 has done to try and alleviate it, I feel like it's not enough. And also, another thing I have to mention too is that, there are some guns that I've noticed from, like, Halo 2 and 3 that are missing. And another thing that worth mentioning too is that since I had skipped out practically on ODST 4 and 5, the lack of dual wielding seems awkward. But I have read up on this, like, why had they removed dual wielding, and supposedly the reasoning for it was because it was more difficult to balance it.
Yeah, I see. It is kind of difficult to balance having two weapons, because, like, there's no aim down sights in Halo. There's a little bit of it, but there's not a lot of aim down sights, like, type of weapons. There's weapons with sights on them that technically you could aim down, but the most you got in Infinite, and 5 had some ADSing, but that's just because it tried to imitate COD, I feel. This one has more of just a zoom in sort of feature.
Yeah. A slight zoom, but it's nothing crazy.
Yeah, I feel like with dual wielding, the only way to really balance it would just to literally make it more difficult to, like, get on target, because with ADS in COD, you're 100% on target. And with a lot of games that introduce dual wielding, it's more like you don't fire straight as much. You fire off to the side a little bit. But I feel like with Halo, they should have done, the reason why people ditch dual wielding in real life is because one accurate gun that you can keep a sight on. So 2 wasted shots is worse than one accurate shot, you know? So that's what the idea is. You'd rather have two is better than one, but if two is inhibiting your ability to perform, why even have the second one when you could aim down sights with the first one, sort of thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's the only way I could really see it is like take the spread of what the Needler has and like times it by two, I feel. But even then it'd be useless. Why would you want to do a world? But I do gotta say that
maybe we're like 1.25 or 1.5 at least.
yeah, because I feel like the Mark 50 sidekick in Infinite, it's overpowered if you know how to, if you know how to use it. Honestly, aim for the head. Honestly,
Yeah.
there's one guy who's mopping the floor with my entire team with just the pistol.
Yeah, pistols have historically been pretty powerful in Halo, though. So,
I see.
another thing I do wish there was a mode select of some kind. Like, just being able to just go to a menu, like, okay, you have your quick play for, like, your standard quick play, but then you have a menu beneath it. It's like, oh, mode select. You tap mode select. Like, okay, I just want to play Team Slayer. Boom. I want to play Stronghold. Boom. Like, that would be simple enough. Because you still have your standard quick play just right there. It's like your random matchmaking.
Mm.
And there's a thing down below. It's like, oh, hey, you could select your mode. And there you go. At least that. A checkbox system where you could just say, oh, I just want to play Stronghold. That would be preferred, but at least just give me an option to select a game mode.
Definitely.
And obviously this would go for casual and ranked. Because ranked has 3 modes as well.
Yeah.
And obviously, I understand if they're going to keep it more basic because Halo has, a lot of Halo's modes have been derivatives of the main modes.
Mm-hmm.
So like Fiesta, which is a version of Slayer, it does make sense to have them as more of a limited time special event sort of thing. Like, here's how we're going to celebrate. We're going to add Fiesta as a mode for a limited time.
Mm-hmm.
For me, that makes sense. Just having a limited time thing. Like, hey, we could introduce this mode as like a quick play option, but do it this way for a limited time. You get bonuses and stuff. I mean, if they could add some of these modes back in over time through these fracture events, which again, we'll talk more about that soon. That would be a huge help.
Definitely.
And another thing I noticed too is if you look through the battle pass at all, Halo Infinite, there's a lot of XP boosters and challenge swaps. And it feels like there's not enough armor customization pieces per armor set.
Oh yeah. No, certainly. I feel like I do feel like there's not a lot of customization. There's mostly just I feel like I think the only customization that I've unlocked so far is like the shotgun sort of caddy in your the front shotgun vest. That's pretty much the only thing I've unlocked so far that I feel like was cosmetically, I could, and even then I had to buy the battle pass to unlock it, so it was like, I'm going to grab the battle pass, but
yeah, there's a premium battle pass that just contains some XP boosters, and the regular battle pass it's like $10 to $15.
Yeah, I'll probably grab the premium one just because it's there throughout the life cycle. So
yeah, it's literally fuck 343 for making the progression seem so stingy, but I shouldn't really say it that way, because then it comes off that I absolutely hate 343, but I really don't. They're just doing the best they can, trying to adapt Halo. Like, how do you make a mode that historically has been a free-to-play mode, like not free-to-play mode, but a part of the main package, and make it a free-to-play standalone experience?
Yeah.
That's kind of a tough challenge to go by.
Definitely.
But, well, while we are on the subject of, tough struggles with adapting to a free-to-play style multiplayer, let's actually get to the Halo news articles here that we have. And I'm going to start off by talking about the fact that when we were talking about the Battle Pass progression, roughly like a day or so after, the thing was out, the Halo support Twitter mentioned this. Halo Infinite players can now earn XP by completing match-made games. The Play One Game Daily Challenge is worth 50 XP each. The challenge deck is also being updated to better serve players of all skill levels. The Halo Infinite team has also resolved issue with the following challenges, which were causing progress to not be tracked. Heat of the moment, it bears repeating. Jorge would be proud, and Ultra Tech. Additionally, XP boosts will now last for 1 hour rather than 30 minutes. The in-game tooltip may continue to show 30 minutes as their expected duration, but the boost timer will start from 60 minutes once activated. As a result of these changes, all progress on daily and weekly challenges will need to be reset. However, all players who signed in between November 23rd and through the 30th will receive this week's ultimate reward, the Sigil Mark 7 visor. So in other words, what they did was they noticed a lot of the complaints and they're like, hey, we're going to get on this right away. And we're going to try and address this. However, I feel like just adjusting the values and adjusting the challenges is not enough. You need to at least get a couple points or something per kill.
Yeah.
Or something like, you get this amount of experience after completing this match. Like, obviously, you do the Play One Game Daily Challenge that does something like that, but there needs to be an additional experience, like, you get this many points for scoring a double kill, this many points for doing, things that actually impact the flow of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like those badges should have, that get some use. Like, you have 2 double kills, cool. You get this amount of Battle Pass experience. You get this amount of, like, killing sprees, cool. Maintain that. Like, if you're not, in a perfect world, you'd also get experience for each kill, but at least get, like, experience points per each badge that you gain at the end of a match.
Yeah.
I feel like that would go a long way than just the missions. It is a good step, but it is not enough.
No. It kind of just, I don't know, it feels like score is useless. When you get score for killing people and, like, score for, like, you playing the objectives.
Yeah.
That does nothing. You still get 50 at every match.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like, if you lose, you should get, like, you should not get what you scored, and you should get what you scored if you win, plus 50, or maybe even make losing, like, you get 50 and winning you get 100, and then whatever you scored, I guess. I don't know.
Or what would make sense is that, like, you still get the 50 points no matter what, because they technically have it as a daily challenge for right now. Just keep it at that. And then what you do is that if you win, you get that plus whatever percentage of your score it is. So, like, say, I don't know, like 50%.
Mm-hmm.
If you lose, it goes down to like 25% or 10% or something like that.
Yeah.
So it gives incentive to be like, hey, because if you put down the entire score, your match is going to go by way too you're going to level up that battle pass way too freaking fast. And naturally, there needs to be a balance because they also want to sell you experience boosts.
Yeah. I just feel like there should be something that rewards you for doing good in the game, you know?
I hear you. Additionally, before we move on to the rest of the multiplayer stuff, I just want to bring up that Halo Infinite's co-op campaign and the Forge is getting delayed again, and they're saying, and 343 Industries is saying that co-op will arrive in May 2022 at the earliest.
Oh. So, wait, is co-op, like, different? Why do they have to change?
Co-op campaign.
Is that going to be different from the base campaign, single player?
They just want to make sure there's no, like, bugs or anything with it, like people connecting in and everything like that.
I see, because, like, you know, co-op campaigns in games usually just revolve around either story-based or the second player is just Luigi and has no bearing on the game. Like, on the story.
Yeah. So they're just trying to fix up bugs and everything that associated with having multiple players on screen, internet connection variability. That's probably what it's going to be used for. And Staten, who has been our favorite friend for 343, has mentioned that the co-op for Halo Infinite has been playable for some time, but they want it to be a great experience. So like I said, it's probably going to mostly be used for like bug fixing and whatnot.
I understand. Okay. Fine by me.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you mentioned here, we don't want to ship a campaign co-op that barely works. We want to ship a campaign co-op that's stable, that's robust, that has features that players expect. And they're doing some other things that we haven't talked about yet to really make meeting up with your friends and you're jumping into the game good, just not for campaign, but even better for multiplayer too. So they're going to try and find some ways to tie it in with multiplayer too, it seems like.
Okay.
Like, for instance, like if you're in the same lobby in multiplayer, you can seamlessly transition that to single player and vice versa. That's at least how I can interpret that.
Yeah, I think I get that. All right, that makes sense.
Yeah. But now that we are done with this, as far as I know, unless you have other thoughts.
Forge. What about Forge?
That also got delayed too. So they're saying that if it's another 3 months, right?
Yeah.
That could mean that the Forge may not be a thing till maybe like July or August.
That's a little... Huh. Because I know that Forge has always been a thing for Halo.
Ever since 3 especially, yeah.
Yeah.
But once we get that mode in, oh man, we may have to jump back in whenever we get a chance for that one.
Certainly.
So, but anyways, now we got that out of the way. Let's go back to the multiplayer progression. I know it's a little out of flow, but I have to do it this way anyways.
Oh, it's okay.
So the new event, you know, it's the items that you get from it are cool. The suit that you get is freaking awesome.
Oh yeah, I saw some people playing with that. It's like, wow. Is this real? Sorry.
However, there is a downside to it, that the only way you can level up the ability to get that pass is strictly by getting the events specific to you get events that are specifically tied to the pass. So even if you get the free version, you can participate and get the armor. So the challenges that you see at the end of the screen that level up your battle pass experience or whatever.
Yeah.
There'll be specific challenges that'll say, hey, win Fiesta matches.
Oh.
And then you go to the option that's on the menu that says Fracture Event. You go there and then you select the play button.
So it's okay.
And
so it's pretty much. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah.
It belongs.
So it.
Sorry.
It's okay. So it's pretty much. It's kind of just forcing you to do challenges like. At specific times.
Not specific time, but specific to that mode.
Yeah, okay. So specific challenges only in that mode. So
Exactly.
you'd have to spawn in with the correct weapon. It's basically an extension of what is already happening with a lot of the challenges in the game itself already, right?
Kinda, yeah. Most of it is usually just complete this many Fiesta matches,
Okay, yeah.
and you're good to go.
I see.
Or like, get this many kill the power weapons, because usually Fiesta, you get spawn random weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So. But the thing is that, yeah. So each challenge you successfully complete gets you another level. But another catch that you cannot use experience boosters towards the progression of that event.
Oh.
So when you get the premium battle pass and those experience boosters, you can't allocate them to get yourself more faster experience towards the event.
Okay.
It strictly only goes to the battle pass.
Yeah.
Which I feel that shouldn't have to be the case. Like, if you want to allocate your experience boosts to the, the leveling system for the event, you should be able to do so.
Mm-hmm.
But no. And on top of it too, like I said, because it's only per event, that means if you get like 7 events for the the challenge, that's kind of all you're really gonna get. So they really are spacing out this entire fractured event. So they want you to come back to continue that pass again and again and again.
Yeah.
So, but while we were talking about weapons, Staten did confirm to Game Informer that more weapons will be coming in the game in due time.
Oh, that's good.
So he says, when asked whether or not Halo fans have seen everything there is to see from Halo Infinite's armory, Staten's response was pretty definitive. The answer is a resounding no, you have not. He confirmed before stating that it was a pretty safe bet to assume that more weapons would be coming to the game as time goes on.
Okay.
Right. Anything else you want to say? I know my headphones stumbled a little bit.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Yeah, nothing really. Just yay, more weapons, but
I mean, just in Halo Infinite in general, is there anything else you want to say about this game before we move on?
Not really, no.
All right, cool. Nice.
Except I want to play it.
Dude,
Anyways,
I feel you. I know. We have a very long episode of GAHCast tonight. Rip.
Yeah.
But hey, at least we're getting closer. I mean, now all of our articles are like one link each now. Yay!
Yay.
All right.
And it's rapid fire.
Exactly. At least if we could try and make it rapid fire.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Cool.
Bam, multiverse.
You're like, bam, multiverses. Anyways, yes, our next topic is the fact that Multiversus got announced, which is that Warner Brothers platform fighter that we talked about earlier before.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was heavily rumored. Now, I brought you to the website for this game, and I'm probably gonna censor this birthday part out. I don't think I need people seeing my birth date. There we go. Perfect. All right. So let's take a look at this roster here. Like, what is this game? Like I said, it's a platform fighter with a bunch of Warner Brothers characters and whatnot. And the characters they revealed so far are Arya Stark from Game of Thrones, Batman, Bugs Bunny, Finn the
Why does Bugs look fucking weird?
I have no idea.
It looks like Sonic before the redesign.
The Sonic Boom one?
No, he looks like Sonic from the movie before they redesigned him.
Oh, classic Sonic?
He has like he has vertically like challenged eyes. Like, holy shit! Like his eyes are like, they look like Twinkies. I don't know.
Right. Anyways, yeah, so Bugs Bunny, we have Finn the Human from Adventure Time. Garnet, who looks like it's from Steven Universe, judging by the flowers. Not flowers, stars. You got Harley Quinn. Jake the Dog, again from Adventure Time. Rain Dog, which I have no idea where he came from. You got Shaggy. Steven Universe. Superman. Tom and Jerry. And Wonder Woman. Now, the thing with Shaggy is kind of funny is they try to make him, from what I understand, I don't know if you know anything about the meme about Ultra Instinct Shaggy.
Oh, I do, wholeheartedly.
That's kind of what they based Shaggy's moveset off of. They're capitalizing
I
off
can't
of
wait. I can't wait. I can't wait to see all the fucking compilations of like, oh my god, I don't know. Like, fuck you, man.
Yeah. I do know that this
They
game,
also imagine. Sorry.
No,
imagine.
yeah.
Get over here. Sorry.
I know a good friend of ours wanted, that character from Mortal Kombat, but who knows?
Yeah.
But the thing is that's interesting about this is that this is supposed to be a more like 2v2 platform fighter.
Oh.
So I don't know if you know anything about Marvel vs. Capcom or anything like that.
A little bit, not really.
So pretty much, yeah, the idea of these 2v2 fighter games is that like you play as multiple characters in a single match.
Nice. Okay, I see now.
I know Smash Ultimate did a somewhat mode like this where they have like a mode. I forgot the exact name of the mode, but I know there's a mode in Smash Ultimate that is kind of like that. Squad Strike, that's the name. That's right, Squad Strike. Where you can pick like different characters for each stock.
Yeah.
And as you kill one character, you immediately go swap to the other character. But this game, it seems like from what I saw of the gameplay, it's kind of like each character is like ice climbers.
Oh, okay.
So you select two characters. Like, say, for instance, I want to be Bugs Bunny and Tom and Jerry.
Yeah.
The two characters essentially work in tandem to do things. Or, in your case, you could do Shaggy and Bugs Bunny as well. And they could be a tag team.
Okay.
That's kind of how it works.
So apparently Rhindog is actually from Multiversus.
Yeah, I think if I understand, he's an original character for the game.
Yeah.
Boy, I heard something about that, but every other character here is all Warner Brother Multiverse franchises and stuff like that. It's like DC characters, Warner Brother characters, etc.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, I mean, it's a decent roster so far for what this game is supposed to be. I mean, I'm not a movie nerd at all, so this is not, like, as attractive to me. I mean, it is free to play, though. So there's nothing really to lose to check it out, but most of the roster here is just, like, I don't really have a connection with both these characters. Besides, like, Bugs Bunny, Tom and Jerry, Shaggy a little bit.
Yeah. Wait. Shaggy's real name is Norville Rogers? What the hell?
I have no idea what that whole thing's about. But it's just like...
I'm sorry.
But it's like, I have some familiarity with, like, a good chunk of the characters, but it's just like, I haven't really, been overly connected with a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like I said, Tom and Jerry and Bugs Bunny, I think, are the two I've connected with the most. And if I were to actually play the game, I'd probably do a duo with those two particular characters.
Yeah.
But I'm sure, I know we have a friend that, would, play this game a bit more often if the right characters got installed.
Yeah.
But...
like a certain someone who, Sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
Sorry. I'm trying to remember how Johnny Bravo sounded, but, fuck it. You get the impression.
Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of what we're at right now. It seems like it's going to be a good game. I mean, I'm sure for those who are fans of these characters, this is going to be a very delightful game to play.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be interesting to see what comes out of this game. Particularly because it does play quite a bit differently from other platform fighters from what I have seen.
Yeah.
And that's kind of all I really have to say about it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, hey, it's a fighting game with, it's another universe fighting game with characters of the same or of different universes colliding.
Yeah.
And stuff. It's another fighting game like that, like Marvel vs. Capcom and
Super Smash Bros. Especially, because that game is the ultimate crossover when it comes to video games.
Oh, yes.
But speaking of other things, let's talk about how Sega clarified their deal with Microsoft. So, I guess some people, for some reason, thought that this was a sign that Sega and Microsoft was going to, Sega going to get acquired by Microsoft. But I don't think we necessarily said that would be, necessarily the main goal for this. Like, yeah, there have been a lot of rumors that Sega would be bought by Microsoft, but it definitely seems like Microsoft is loaning Sega their Azure cloud platform to be able to make a super game, which we theorized in a prior episode, so go check that out too.
Yeah, definitely.
That was where...
man.
Yeah, that's where that came from, guys. Because we just have to play Seaman Breath of the Wild.
Breath of the Wild. Sorry. Alright,
Yeah. So pretty much, it says here, Sega said, we already have a very close business relationship with Microsoft. We outsource the development of their large-scale titles as a third party. We are supplying a variety of titles. We're going to work on Halo Wars 2 and Age of Empire 4. When we announced this concept of Super Game, Microsoft was sympathetic to that vision, and that leads to the announcement of this time. About this, we are not talking about releasing games of Microsoft exclusively, but rather develop a Super Game that will be delivered to the world together with their technical support. So translation, no, we're not actually being bought by Microsoft. They're just letting us have technology to make our game better.
Yeah.
Which I see nothing wrong with that. It just means that we'll get a better Seaman.
Yeah, we may just but anyways.
You're not gonna finish your Seaman Breath of the Wild rant?
So, basically, what they should do is they need to take the fish, and they need to take the man, and they stick the head on the fish, and then we got the fish, and then holy crap, it has the eggs of a man, and the fish. We basically got that all out of the way, dude. Anyways, I don't know. So basically then, Microsoft and Sega are basically the man in the fish, but who is the man in the fish? Who knows? I do not know, man, you know? It's really interesting, isn't it, bruv? Oh my god. Sorry. Anyways, but yeah, what if the tail end met the head end? Oh my god, what the funny? Sorry. Mamma mia! Sorry. Alright, I'm gonna shut up now. So, I wonder if this has anything to do with, like, Xbox Cloud, like the cloud stuff that we were just talking about.
Yeah.
You know, cloud gaming and stuff. I wonder, because what if the Super Game is basically just a Stadia? Sorry, just kidding. Hey, who knows? Sega might be able to do something. They might. What if they make a brand new console and it comes preloaded with 25 games? Woo! Which includes Seaman. Sorry. Anyways, I don't know.
Yeah, Azure is a cloud technology, so what this could mean that there could be elements where, while this is a local game, may require an internet connection because there's going to be certain elements from the game that's going to need it.
Seaman, metaverse, dude. Sorry.
Dude, imagine if that actually was the case where you have a freaking like, VR chat style Seaman game.
Dude, that would be so funny, lol. Sorry. Anyways.
But yeah, this is like
it's so funny. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah. It's a fun thing overall.
It'd be like watching PlayStation exist. Oh my god.
Well, speaking of PlayStation, we have to talk about something here. And it's supposedly a next, PlayStation thing that they're going to be doing is involving Chrono Cross.
Oh, yeah.
So, what's supposedly happening is that PlayStation was set to announce a remake of a game this Christmas, which was based off of a musician that was involved in the soundtrack. And they're thinking it's going to be Chrono Cross remastered. And what's going to happen? It's supposedly going to be announced on PlayStation event, but it's going to be a multi-plat game that's supposedly going to be out on PC, PlayStation, and Switch.
I see. Interesting.
So
I wouldn't I wouldn't mind.
Like a proper Chrono Cross remaster that was done that's not like a certain other trilogy that we know of.
Yeah. And one that doesn't have a bunch of bugs at launch, even though it's a fucking SNES game. And you can't screw that up any worse. Anyways.
Oh, and it's also one that doesn't have glass shards for rain. Thank you.
Oh yes, glass shards. And glass shards that are only visible if you're not already looking at water itself.
Exactly.
But I don't know much about Chrono Cross that much, though. I've only played Chrono Trigger and barely enough of it, to really get an idea of it, Yeah.
All I know
But,
about Chrono Trigger is and Chrono Cross is that it has Akira Toriyama as like a character as like the character designer, similar to what Dragon Quest is.
Yeah.
And and Chrono Trigger specifically is like a cult classic among RPGs because it's considered to be widely considered. I don't know why I can't speak. It's widely considered to be one of the best RPGs out there.
Yeah, I think the groundbreakingness of it is that there was a lot you could do in that game that had minor they have minor like give me 1 second. There's minor things you can do in the game, and it's basically butterfly effect sort of stuff. Like if you steal something in that game, you'll get trialed for it years later as you warp through time and space. I don't exactly know like a lot about it because I've only played it once, and it's a very long game anyways, so I haven't played through it fully. So
yeah, that's one of those games that you probably wish you had more time to play and complete.
Yeah, I do, and I wish I had because I played it before and I tried to do it on my channel, and that was during my whole like quitting period on YouTube and stuff, so
Right.
I might return back to it, but who knows.
Of course.
Anyways.
Yeah. So I don't think I have much else to say, so while we're
Nope.
looking forward to a future with a remaster, let's talk about how a beloved studio that knows how to make music is joining the massive Fortnite empire.
Oh yeah. Now we can play now we can, instead of playing Fortnite, we can play Fortnite Guitar Royale. Sorry.
You know, that actually be kind of cool, like a music-based battle royale sort of game where the idea is that like you're playing a rhythm game sort of thing. I know
Kind of like what is it? Parappa the Rappa.
Kinda. Yeah, it can do something like that, but the idea would be similar, more so to like Tetris 99 or whatever, where it's like the idea is that everyone's playing the same track and like you could like send the garbage to other players.
Oh.
That could work. But putting it in a 3D environment like Fortnite works too. That's even funnier.
Oh, our team will work with Epic to create musical journeys and gameplay for Fortnite.
Oh yeah, that.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so Harmonix, the studio behind that created Guitar Hero, Rock Band, Dance Central, and other games, is joining Epic Games, which I found this to be a rather surprising announcement, to be honest. Because I wouldn't think Epic Games would want to go target a music developer.
No. The only way I could see them doing that is just out of the fact that Fortnite has a lot of like a lot of dances that involve copyrighted music and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah. But I guess with their experience with music games, rhythm games, they probably want to implement it somehow. And
Yeah, more than likely.
the thing I love to see is if Epic Games, after the acquisition gets settled in, could start financing like whatever Harmonix wants to get in terms of music. Like if I can get Metallica back and Rock Band, that'd be amazing.
Oh yeah. I would wonder if they could like um I, I know it says in the article that they're not gonna do any Guitar Hero sort of um like controllers or something.
Yeah,
But
that's been.
I'd love to see a very strange modern rendition of a Guitar Hero controller. I don't know.
Have you seen the Guitar Hero Live controller?
No.
It
And
is it is three buttons, two rows each. Three buttons per row and two rows, so it's six buttons. But
what?
it's three and three.
Oh,
It was a very weird experience to get used to, and that was owned by Activision Blizzard. And because the way they handle the DLC was it's all online, you don't actually own it. They shut down the main DLC server, and
I
now it's
see.
now it's with a shitty pop set list only.
Mm.
But back to this though. Yeah, so one of the things that a lot of people have been complaining about towards Harmonix, they want instruments for Rock Band.
Yeah.
So a lot of people either have broken instruments or whatever for the game, and they want more instruments to be able to replace their broken instruments.
Okay.
And Harmonix still isn't doing it.
Mm.
They just keep releasing more DLC for the game to try to keep it relevant as much as they can.
Yeah.
I have songs I still want to buy for that game, though. That's the thing, though. I still have songs I want to buy for the game. I have like a 1,000 song library in Rock Band 4. It's disgusting.
Mm.
But, anyways, yeah, and the fact they're going to put them to Fortnite as well is going to kind of be a shame in some ways because that means they're splitting up Harmonix. Like, you're going to have like skeleton crews working on Rock Band and everything. And then you have another crew that's going to be working on Fortnite integration.
Yeah. Basically what Activision did, but in a sense, it's not all relegated to one specific thing, but things are kind of a little, you know, a little meh. Things are a little. You're splitting the workload.
A little bit more, because now it's like.
Yeah.
But, however, I do know that it seems like Epic Games hasn't really touched Rocket League too much in Psyonix. From what I understand, because Psyonix and Rocket League, it's like one of the biggest esports out there. They're like, nah, we don't want to disrupt this.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, okay, we just need to leave Psyonix alone. We'll move them over to our launcher. Besides that, we'll leave them alone mostly because Rocket League's big.
Yeah.
Harmonix, on the other hand, is a lot smaller of a team. They focus on a more niche genre, which is music games. So I could see why they want to integrate some of their knowledge of rhythm games into Fortnite.
Mm-hmm.
And notice how in the article it states here, where is it? Get this. Now we'll be working with Epic once again. Okay, now we'll be working with Epic to once again challenge expectations as we bring our unique brand of musical game experiences to the metaverse. And we couldn't be more excited. Notice the key word.
Metaverse. Seaman Edition. Sorry.
But yeah, metaverse.
Yep.
To be
That
fair,
word is going to be tossed around a lot, I know.
yeah. To be fair, Fortnite kind of has evolved into a metaverse
Yeah, I guess so.
because they took off they copied the Among Us mode,
Uh-huh.
and now they're gonna keep. I feel what Epic's gonna keep doing with Fortnite. They're gonna keep adding on modes and modes and modes of various different genres to kind of make Fortnite more of a hub of modes.
Yeah.
Like I think I'm surprised that they still haven't finished implementing Save the World to other versions of the game, because I know that Switch and mobile is still Battle Royale only, as far as I know. Maybe they have the Among Us ripoff in there, but as far as I know, they don't have that mode, which is a bit bizarre to me, at least.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's about it. We have to talk about Epic Games. And while, Harmonix is absorbed by Epic Games, and we all know how much we hate Bobby Kotick and Activision Blizzard, Alpaca, take this article away.
Okay. So, let me just give me 1 second. Let me just look at the history of this whole Blizzard thing. Okay, so you go on Blizzard CS the Americas. Scroll down a little bit. All right, so 23rd, 24th. Okay. We're currently investigating an issue affecting our authentication servers, which may result in failed or slow login attempts. And then November 24th. We are currently experiencing a DDoS attack, which may result in high latency and disconnections from some players. We're actively working to mitigate this issue. And then a little bit later, they say that they ended. And they actually started it up again, I think, 3 hours later. It's actually kind of, it was actually kind of like, it was a bit annoying, I guess, because at that point, somebody that wanted to play it was at my house, and they wanted to play it, and then they couldn't, so we had to download another game and have them play it. And yeah, all I can really say is that they definitely angered somebody who has sent a bunch of packets over at them. So basically what a DDoS attack is they send... So when you send information over the web, they're sent in packets, I believe. And if you send way too many of these, or if you send too many to a server that can't handle that, it starts to slow down to allow people to access it. And if there's way too many people on the network and the people who are hosting can't provide that connection, they start to slow down, and eventually if there's way too many people, it has to be, you're placed in either a queue until somebody leaves, or you're placed in the site starts to shut down a little bit. So for Activision Blizzard, they have a pretty decent, they have at least 1 million people in the US, just as a random number, just 1 million. But if there's 1 million too many, which, you know, that can still overload their servers. So they send a bunch of packets over that are fake, or they send bots over that send all these packets over, and they overload the servers and prevent people from playing the game because there are bots that are in that queue that are forcing actual players to wait out until there's not a lot of congestion. So that's how that works. So the fact that Activision Blizzard doesn't have DDoS protection, you know, because there are DDoS protected servers. There are servers that there are, like, I believe tools, I think, that allow you to they sort them out, okay, and they here, where is it? You can never truly stop it, but there are preventive measures to fix it, like having a give me 1 second. There are protected servers, but they can't be 100% secure. But they will work. So,
I mean, it is interesting to think that Activision Blizzard would send so many different packets to, someone that would send so many packets to Activision Blizzard servers that, cause the entire freaking, their service to crash. I mean, at least that's how it is if I'm understanding this correctly.
yeah. It's pretty much that, they send a bunch of packets over, and it overloads the servers, and it makes the internet connection, like, choppy, and it forces them to either shut down or block access for people who weren't already in line, I guess. And then you enter basically a line or a queue, and it's just a terrible, like, experience overall. The only thing I despise about it is just the fact that it affects the player base and not a certain, like, I'm gonna be honest, I don't like Bobby Kotick's face. Like, from certain lighting and angles, no offense, he looks like a pray the gay away type of person.
No, he does have that crony aesthetic. I get it.
He looks like he looks like the type of person to, like, be questionable around children.
Right, I hear you.
And women when the cameras aren't rolling.
Right. I totally get that 100%. But anyway, back to the topic at hand, like, this is a blow. Like, don't get me wrong, this is a minor blow to a company that's already a fragile relations with the public anyways, considering the lawsuits going on.
Mm-hmm.
But even this may seem minor in comparison, like, yeah, it's just a DDoS attack, it's a server queue, and it got solved within, like, a couple of days from what I understand.
Yeah.
But even still, like, that's aggravating. I know someone who probably be using those Battle.net servers quite a bit just to try to get into Warzone. I mean, we both know someone that wanted to do that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he was aggravated that he couldn't make content that day.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I remember seeing, Tim the Tatman's live stream, and he was like, what the fuck, So, yeah. I know.
Yeah. That being said, I don't think there's much else to say about it. I mean, it's just a sucky situation for those who wanted to play, say the newest Call of Duty game or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I know a lot of other COD YouTubers that were quite annoyed. And it's just the fact that it forces you to have an online connection. You cannot play locally on PC, at least.
Ouch. That is rough. That's where somehow Steam handles it. Steam's like, oh, yeah, you're offline? No biggie. Just go to offline mode. You're done.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like a lot of time with the digital distribution platforms, it's like, except for like Steam and GOG, all the other ones seem to want to make sure you're online at all times so they can keep it up, like make sure they can have a tighter control on how you use the software.
Yeah. Certainly sucky.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, no. I mean, it's not the end yet. That's the only thing with the online services. Just a slight, you just gotta tread untamed territory, especially with I mean, if you can carve a heart through the heart of the mountain, if you can carve through the heart of a mountain, then the end is only as permanent as you see it.
No, I get it. I 100% get it. It's just like, I just want to play a game on X day, and it's just like, and then all of a sudden all the servers come down.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, freaking great. I have to wait 10,000 years.
Yeah. At least at least it, it can't, it's not the end, but it's the end of a chapter in our life,
No, I get it. Yeah, it really is. It's just like,
the end of the world we kind of know,
mm-hmm.
It's literally the end of the world as we know it, not the end of the actual world, That's kind of how life is, Things change even if you don't want them to,
No, I get it, yeah. I mean, it's like, here. At least I know that I can go back and play my copy of Sonic 3 and Knuckles.
Yeah. I thought you told me a long time ago that you never played that as a child, and I was heartbroken. Because I was like, man, wouldn't that be cool to play Sonic and Knuckles, but then you can put the cart on top of another man's cart, on top of another man's cart, on top of another man's cart. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I knew I had Sonic 3 growing up, and I had experienced Sonic and Knuckles quite a bit through other means. I never had it on the Genesis until fairly recently.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Anyways, let me get this back on my Genesis that I have in front of me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and we'll head on to the other chapter.
Of course!
That's ending,
Good one. Oh, yes. Fortnite is ending Chapter 2. And Yep. And this is a big deal considering that Fortnite chapters are like, they come out to be these monumental events.
Yeah.
And that's when, like, the Fortnite map changes and everything like that.
And Epic will gift 225,000 XP to all players who log in before the beginning of the end. And if you play through it, you'll get an exclusive loading screen. And I think it'll be like Chapter 1, where it's kind of just like a small waiting period.
Hmm.
Um, Personally, I'm not into Fortnite, so it doesn't truly matter to me. But hey, Fortnite's a big thing. Why not? Why not talk about it? It's a phenomenon, you know. And I'm sure Hydra, you can agree that you don't really indulge in Fortnite that much. Hey, it is something that you could say, it's a thing. I'm not gonna diss it. You know.
Yeah, like I play Fortnite every now and then. Like, don't get me wrong, I technically have it installed on my PS5 and my Xbox and everything like that. It's like I have it installed. It's just I haven't had an opportunity to play it much, and I know the game is pretty fun. Like, it actually is a fun game. It's just I have enough time to play, and then when you see all these changes, it's like, my God. Now there's like this weird interconnecting story about multiple dimensions and all the other stuff.
Yeah, it makes Call of Duty Zombies look tame. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Like I remember,
I know some people would get that reference.
yeah, like for those who don't know, like Call of Duty Zombies, like back in like World at War when it was first introduced, didn't have much of a story. It would just kill the zombies, defend your position, and that's it. And then
Hmm.
all of a sudden, in later games, it becomes it's like playing a mini movie about this plot that just happens to involve zombies, and it still has you're still mainly defending a base, but now you have all these other objectives added onto it, and it feels like it throws the pacing off of the core game mode.
Certainly. I feel the same way. It started from, a little bonus mode that you get when you finish the campaign to, um, delving into like fake like, Nazi and Illuminati sort of stuff. And then it went from that to trying to create an actual story about, a girl who got stuck in the teleporter and she became the announcer that you hear in the older CODs. A few other things. They go with the moon. I don't fucking know. And then there are these elder gods that are trying to return to their realm, and I don't know, stuff like that. But I mean, with Fortnite, I can only hope to see God in Fortnite.
Yeah, it's like Fortnite. Just think that Fortnite was originally meant to be a save the world, like Left 4 Dead sort of game that just happened to have
Mhm.
tower defense mechanics, and then all of a sudden they added a battle royale mode. But it's like Fortnite took a completely different turn. Rather than making the secondary mode like like another main mode to add onto the game, it became the main mode.
Oh yeah. No, they completely abandoned Save the World, and then when they made it free to play, that's when they started to like slightly introduce more things to it. But it's not as big as Battle Royale.
No, by a long shot. And then you have the imposters mode that got added, which is that save the like, Among Us clone mode that they have.
Hmm.
And I don't know how that's doing. It seems like it's doing okay if they're keeping it around.
I know Among Us had a new update where they added more types of players. You can now be an engineer and use the vents like an imposter, and you can be a scientist. I don't know what the scientist does, and you can be like a guardian angel, and you can protect people if one of the imposters kills you. You can protect the person near you if you get to him in time. So I don't know if they're gonna integrate that into imposters, but or into whatever it's called for Fortnite.
It's literally imposter mode, you're right.
Oh, well,
But yeah, I get you. It's just like, yeah, it's like Among Us is like right now the pioneer for that entire genre. And now, even then, like, there's a free version. I have to claim it for PlayStation Plus. I know that. We talked about it on the PlayStation, on one of our recent episodes, the PlayStation Showcase that happened. That's
yeah,
it was the last episode that Ghost Wheeler game was a part of.
Yeah.
Oh, musical chairs. Oh, fun time. Just kidding.
Yeah. Um, I wish we could have him back.
No, I understand. I do too, but we all know
Anyways,
we know he has a different vision for the show, but enough about that.
yeah, I don't want to make it about that. So the funny thing about Fortnite is that they kind of just engulf every popular thing, and they kind of like make it their own sort of thing. But the different, like, I remember we were talking about that and like how Among Us isn't like the imposter's mode is not that different from Among Us, except it's third person shoulder cam, sort of like, Fortnite. Um, but I don't know. Whatever. I do know Among Us is coming to consoles, so hey, that's a thing.
Yeah,
Anyways,
it's been on Switch for a while, but then it's gonna be coming to Xbox and PlayStation. So
yeah. Um, but I don't know. It just I just hope that they don't take over a whole like mega sort of thing that everyone uses or something.
no,
Hope not,
no, right? I hear you.
because I know like I don't know. There's a few things I don't know. I know the UK hates it when people take over, certain things like phone architectures.
Oh yes, that we have to talk about this because right now the United Kingdom right now. Yeah, because the UK right now is thinking about investigating Nvidia for trying to buy up ARM.
Mm-hmm.
And ARM, for those who don't know, is ARM architecture is very important because it's the same architecture that's used within all cell phones, which is very important in that regard. Yeah, Digital Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries ordered a Phase 2 probe into NVIDIA's $40 billion bid for ARM. Say the probe to be carried out by the Competition Markets Authority over the next 24 weeks will investigate antitrust concerns and national security issues associated with the deal. The CMA said it had serious concerns about the deal after it completed the initial Phase 1 probe. And they're saying that the takeover being scrutinized by regulators around the world, and the chip companies said in August that the deal is now unlikely to be completed before the initial deadline of March 2022. And Nvidia is saying that we plan on addressing the CMA's initial views on the impact of the transaction on completion, and we will continue to work with the UK government to resolve its concerns. They added, the Phase 2 process will enable us to demonstrate that the transaction will help accelerate ARM and boost competition and innovation, including in the UK. So, essentially what it's saying is that they feel that, they're very concerned about Nvidia, who is already a chip maker, buying up ARM. Think of it this way. Nvidia knows how to make chips. Let's put it out that way. That's at least how I see it.
Oh, yes. No, they definitely know their shit, I think.
Yeah.
At least with GPUs and, like, stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They know how to do mobile processors as well, because they know how to do the Tegra line, which is currently what's in the Switch right now.
Yeah. And they've been around longer than AMD, I think. Right?
I'm not quite sure about that one. But the point is that you have a company that makes chipsets in general, and they're buying up the company that makes the mobile phone standard for all processors.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at it this way. There are two ways this can be looked at. One, Nvidia is actually going to use their funding that they have for acquiring ARM to be able to maintain, ARM as it is, and they're going to just provide funding and leave ARM alone.
Yeah.
Mostly alone, I would say. The second part, and the one I feel is more likely, is that with Nvidia taking control of ARM, this means that they'll have more of a tight grip over how they can utilize ARM. And Nvidia could probably start charging fees to start using their architecture. So a company like Snapdragon, who makes a lot of Android processors, and
I see.
and other makers,
Yeah.
they could start increasing the fees, like royalty fees, to be able to use the architecture for phones. They could charge
Mm,
Apple even as well.
yeah, I see. And then every Apple phone will be like powered by Nvidia, kind of like how, um, powered by Intel on a lot of Intel laptops, right?
Yeah, it's technically an ARM, like Apple. I know Apple makes their own
Yeah.
silicon, and I
Yeah,
believe it's largely
but
based on ARM. But even then, it's like even though they're paying it to ARM, it will advertise power at Nvidia or whatever. It's like you're indirectly giving off whatever. This will especially be more impactful for the Android market because Snapdragon.
yeah, definitely. And I personally, I don't really care too much about the latest and greatest, sort of like Android, you know,
Hmm.
or iPhone. I just want one that I can call people and watch YouTube on,
Hmm.
really, um, or text people and stuff, or maybe use Discord on the go, using stuff from the computer on the go. But as long as it works, and though I think a lot of uh, cell phone producing companies, like what is it? Like uh, mine is a TCL. It's a really basic phone. It has all the stuff. I'm just gonna assume that they will cost a lot more than usual because mine was, I'd say, maybe $30. So I'd assume that they'd probably jack it up to 50 or even more if Nvidia tries to do something like this because a lot of a lot of intended effects from buying up a company, from some company swallowing another company, leads to a lot of side effects that are less than ideal. I've noticed, so I don't know. I'm hoping that this goes the way we want it to. Of course, it won't because it's more than likely for them, like you said, to go down that route of um, abusing their ability to have such a widely used architecture. Though I think that might even, I would actually kind of be interested if they actually, if a lot of if a new architecture was created in spite of the ARM acquisition.
That's always possible.
That that's probably what they mean by it will actually spark innovation because people actually try to um, get past this issue by just creating their own architecture, something like that. But at the cost of losing a standard like ARM,
Hmm.
that's my only issue too.
Yeah, cause either Nvidia's gonna just pump money into ARM or just pump it into research and development and just let it be as it is, or it's going to be they're going to charge fees on top of that to add more fees or whatever to make it so they have more control. And then if they want to make, then they can have like the perfect Nvidia Tegra processors, which is always possible. Which if that actually happens, that would indirectly benefit Nintendo. Funny enough.
Yeah.
Because Nintendo, the Switch is using ARM-based processors, so having Nvidia, who would own ARM to directly work with, essentially means that Nintendo would have direct access to that architecture, which would be pretty big.
Yeah, I see.
But moving on from that, I think. I don't know if you have anything else to say.
No, nothing. Just, speaking of innovations and, what is usually a phone company, but also kind of like not really, also.
A computer company, too.
A computer company. Shut it. Sorry. Anyways, what is basically known as another technology company is, using their designs to get you places.
Yes, so we have to talk about the fact that Apple is planning to launch a fully autonomous car as soon as 2025, supposedly. Now, we did talk about in the last episode how Apple hired Tesla's chief, probably what play it was. It's like a chief automotive.
The big cheese.
Yeah, the guy that does automation, like AI in automotive in cars and stuff like that. So it
Big
seems
cheese. Sorry.
Yeah, so it makes sense that they would go ahead and start planning on an autonomous car because it makes sense. You're bringing someone in from Tesla to work on your car.
Yeah.
And we don't know what this car is supposed to look like other than it's going to come out as soon as 2025. Now, despite the fact we can joke about as much as we want about how we're going to put Skyrim on the Apple car,
I'm going to install a Windows virtual machine into the Apple car. And then we'll have Skyrim on the go, but not on the Switch, not on your Android, not on your iPhone, on your iCar.
Woo!
Oh my god! We got Skyrim on the go! Wow! Sorry. Anyways, Skyrim on the go! Sorry.
But yeah, what are you...
Skyrim on the go. While I'm riding my Minecraft pig. Sorry.
That episode was so funny though, thinking about the the autonomous the drivable Minecraft pig, and then we found the Among Us. But besides that, yeah, what are your thoughts on this Apple car? Wait. Tell me.
Oh,
there we go.
You there?
Yeah, I almost thought for a second, I saw your mouth moving on your thing. I'm like,
Yeah,
oh no.
Sorry.
I was like, oh no, please no, not again.
No, I don't have an opinion too much, other than, yay, self-driving cars. I'm not really that concerned. The only thing I'm concerned about is, the usual, if a autonomous car were to have a complete failure, would it choose to hurt the driver or the pedestrian? And would it choose if you were a doctor versus a drifter,
Right.
That's my only thing.
Yeah, the only thing I really have to say is that with Apple products and how they typically work and how they market them, they're gonna see these Apple car and think this is gonna be the most innovative car on the planet.
Oh yeah.
Like
Even with planned obsolescence.
yeah, even then, that's what Apple does. Whatever product comes out, the general public, at least in the United States, views it as like the most innovative thing on the planet.
Yeah.
Even though Android does
Which,
it, even though Android nowadays has been doing things sooner than Apple does.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
But speaking
Apples and oranges.
right, and speaking of other things about cars, let's talk about how some Tesla owners have been locked out of their own autonomous vehicles.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wouldn't that be unfortunate?
So what happened was around a few hours before the article was posted on November 20th, the Tesla's app server went down, and this led to a worldwide app outage that left owners unable to connect to their cars. So this is important because there's a good chunk of owners who relied on the phone to unlock their cars instead of using their key card, which means they would be locked out of their vehicle.
Okay. So I'm just gonna ask, why do people assume that because there's an app for that it's the only way? You know, they leave their key card or their key in general. Why would they do that? Why would you ever do that? Just leave it, I mean, honestly, I had a friend. It actually happened a few weeks ago. His car would not unlock. And we were at freaking like Walmart, and Walmart's kind of far away from, where he lives. And this guy, he was lucky enough that his the little clicker button thing, he was lucky that it had a key stashed inside of it. Like, it had a spare key for emergencies. He was lucky because his car would not unlock. It was fucking weird, but the same thing would have happened if he, like with this, if he just decided that it was the app. Honestly, I always have a backup. This is the backups are great for everything. Backups are great for storage, a spare key underneath the mat, like a spare launch packed away, a spare CD, in case the other one gets scratched, a spare patch to iron on your shirt if you ever need to prove that you are a die-hard J-pop, metal, gear, solid. Sorry, I don't know.
Wait, be right back. I have to show you something. I have to get something.
Damn it. Why did I do this to myself? Did he take his headset off?
Backup Game & Watches.
Motherfucker. This guy.
I just got the Zelda one today, so...
Okay.
This is the Zelda one that allows me to play...
NES Zelda.
Yep, this is actually a timer version with Zelda 2.
Oh.
This one actually can... Oh yeah, I didn't realize there's this I forgot about this Easter egg. Take a look at this. It lights up in the back.
Oh.
This one here is Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and Link's Awakening.
Yeah.
And this is the Mario one. This one allows me to play Super Mario Brothers 1, Lost Levels, and 2. Not 2. That'd be too perfect if it could do 2. Or 3, but no. Anyways.
So,
back to this.
yeah, basically, if, your NES is dying, and so is your Game Boy. You can have those if you'd like to. But anyways, back to can't stop that. Back to the normal thing. I don't understand why people would like assume that they just need to carry the app. Honestly, but
it's because the human condition is that we want to have as few things as possible to carry around. So if we don't need the car, not the car. Oh wow! If
we don't need the car. We just use our jetpack.
No, we just have to use our Elon Musk flamethrowers. Just kidding.
Yeah, we just need to use the hydrojet, just like across the lake.
But I was gonna say that if you technically don't need a key to operate the car, you can just do everything from your phone. You get where this is going.
Oh, I get it.
It's everyone just thinks, hey, back to convenience, let's go. But
yeah, I mean,
they forget the stupidity of just have your backup key.
yeah, I mean, it's whatever. I guess I don't care. I just I'd like it if it's not that we're relying too much on technology. You know, I don't want to sound like Mr. Roboto or something. But you know, it's just things can and will fail at the worst time. So always prepare for that.
Yeah, and looking at this thing, look at this. If you look at the article I provided for it, it says, I'm experiencing 500 server error to connect to my Tesla Model 3 on my iOS app in Seoul, South Korea. Seems like this is a worldwide issue at Elon Musk. And all Elon Musk was saying was checking with 3 dots at the end.
Yeah. What is with people putting space and then exclamation or 3 dots or question mark?
I have no idea.
What are, like, Elon isn't French, is he? Because I know French do that, but, like...
I know he's from south of Africa originally, and then moved over to the States.
Whoa. That's cool.
So that could have been because... I don't know if you know anything about South Africa, but originally it was colonized by the Dutch. And then English came in, so it has like a mix of like African, Dutch, and English culture in one country.
No, but I didn't know that. I just thought that. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't know. No, I don't know. I was wondering why there are like, what the fuck, cat? Okay, I was wondering why there's like a slightly British like influence to South Africa, kind of like Australia, but on a smaller level.
Yeah. Whenever I get to BTS 2, there's a history segment that you're gonna all see, and it's gonna be brilliant. And this
it certainly is.
This is when I school Alpaca on some history, and he gets to know more about the British Empire and South Africa at one point part of this British Empire.
Yeah, and I also get to find out how Russia bought no. The US bought Africa. I mean, Alaska. Anyways,
you were getting there. Yeah, the US bought Alaska from the Russians, correct.
And that was just because of some moron committed trespassing and told Russia to go fuck themselves and here's $1 million and walked back.
Not necessarily that. It was more so for Russia. The reason why they sold Alaska to the United States was because they lost a major war with the other European powers, and they needed money. Needed money to pay back the debt to the European powers, and they didn't want the UK, who owned Canada at the time, to take it over. So they were like, "Yo, America, you want this?" And America was like, "Hell yeah!" And they bought it.
Oh. Well, I was kind of right. Basically, the UK walked over instead, not some stupid American. And then they were like, we're we're gonna uh, steal your children, Russia. And what happened again? Anyways, all I know is that the only nation I'd want to live in is a city full of like cryptozoology. I mean, not cryptozoology, cryptocurrency.
Oh,
Basically, I live in the metaverse, bitch. No, I'm just kidding.
yeah. That's great. I love that.
The only way to, though, is to live on an ecological city that is energized by a volcano.
Right.
Krakatoa! Whoa.
So, for those who don't know, El Salvador is planning its first Bitcoin city that is backed by Bitcoin bonds. And essentially, what's happened is that speaking at an event closing a week-long promotion of Bitcoin in El Salvador, Bukele said the city planned in the eastern region of La Union would get geothermal power from a volcano and not levy taxes except for added value add tax. Invest here and make all the money you want, Bukele said in English, dressed all in white and wearing a reversed baseball cap in the beach resort of Mizata. This is a fully ecological city that works and is energized by a volcano. Half of the value-added tax levied would be used to fund the bonds issued to build the city, and the other half would pay for services such as garbage collection. And he said, estimated the public infrastructure costs around 300,000 bitcoins. So I believe you could convert that right now.
Yeah, that's like, give me 1 second. Search. That's a, what the fuck? They could pay off the US debt! Almost. 16 trillion, 298 billion, 982 million. Wait, no, that's not. Fuck. 16 billion. God damn it. I hate zeros. Never mind. So, 16 billion, 298 million, 982,000 US dollars. I mean, awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. So,
The
where
only...
is it?
Continue.
So, Bitcoin is a decentralized currency,
Yep.
and El Salvador is estimating the public infrastructure costing around 300,000 bitcoins. Why is he saying Bitcoin? Wait, is he fully in on the Bitcoin craze? Because, give me 1 second. El Salvador
El
currency.
Salvador is the first country in the world to adopt Bitcoin as a legal tender.
Yeah, I know, but the problem is that it's like, hold on a damn second. So, so is it Salvadorian, colon? Colon? What? Let me look this up. So, where is it? SVC. So that is okay. Here's where I was. Where I can correct myself. So that is no, it's still wrong. Fuck. 142 billion 529,000 million 322,270 Salvadorian colon. That's their currency over there, I believe. So what I'm asking is that, like, how the hell? Why the hell is he using Bitcoin as an example, though? Because it's a decentralized currency, and he's putting all his chips in this. Like, I hope the craze hasn't, gotten to this guy's head, you know?
Right. I know that with Bitcoin, the value of it fluctuates greatly. So right now maybe like 60,000 for each, roughly $60,000 for each Bitcoin. That thing could fall to like $30,000, or it can rise up to 120,000.
Yeah, certainly.
And it goes up and down rapidly and wildly right now. There's not really a stable value right now. It's gonna take a little bit of time before it becomes stabilized.
Yeah, no, it you know.
Right now, investing in cryptocurrency is like investing in a stock. You don't quite know how high it's going to be and how low it's going to be, because it's going to be roughs and troughs.
Certainly.
Peaks and troughs. There you go. So,
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of building an entire city off of cryptocurrency kind of it makes El Salvador, because El Salvador is the first country to adopt it. It seems like he's doing it as a publicity stunt show. Yeah, we can finance entire things using this. We should be fine.
I know, it's just
Yeah, and
quite interesting. I just think it's interesting how he jumped on it like it was, I know he had just adopted it and he bought a few, like a couple, but he's treating it like it's, that it's a stable currency, that could not crash.
yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. However,
I don't know.
what we could also talk about how Adele has actually made a contribution by making Spotify remove the shuffle default. So it's a minor article, nothing crazy here. But
Oh, yeah, sure.
Pretty much Adele went to Spotify and was like, yo, can you remove this default thing on Spotify so that way people can listen to the album the way it was supposed to be intended? And Spotify was like, I guess. And they did.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I usually listen to albums that have a certain track list that you have to play in order. Um, a lot of accounts that a lot of accounts not accounts, what the fuck am I saying? A lot of artists that I listen to, they usually have an album that's meant to flow into every other song. So
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. So pretty much, obviously, you can still turn it on and off, but it's now like what you think would be common sense. It's off by default, but you can enable on and off if you need to. It's nice. But I have a feeling that Ontario, is gonna be a bit happier than Spotify fans.
Why is that?
Because Uber Eats users in Ontario can now buy cannabis through Uber Eats. So in other
Where do I
words,
sign up? Um.
so
Yeah,
as of November 22nd, users in Ontario can place an order at retailer Tokyo Smoke through the app. And right now, while they're only pickup only for right now, this means that it's a step closer for that to actually be delivered.
yeah.
Think of it this way: like, imagine just going to like a freaking Uber Eats and they're like, "Yo, I know DoorDash. You can." I know sometimes with DoorDash or like I know especially Instacart, you can have alcohol delivered.
Yo, what up, man? I want to get really crunk. Can you fucking pass me a buck? I don't know.
But yeah, this is interesting to think about, though. Like, the fact that we're already progressing so much with weed.
The way you said that makes it actually hilarious. We're progressing with weed. Like, I'm all one for the peace pipe, you know, because it's literally called the peace pipe for a reason, but we're progressing with weed. We've we progressed enough to for nuclear disarmament through this magical herb. Like, imagine Kim Jong Il and fucking John F. Kennedy, like, both decided to nuclear disarm by smoking weed. No. When President Trump and Kim Jong Un, they when they met, they all had a big weird party, and they decided to disarm the nukes.
Oh, that's great.
That's amazing, you know.
Truly is, yeah. That would be funny. But yeah, like, I'm just thinking of, like, man, just like, imagine, it's like, it's just funny to think, it's like, just imagine the future when you could just get weed delivered to your door.
Yeah. Imagine a universe where you and your mortal enemy can hash it out with some hash. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Uh,
But unlike,
Imagine all the people sharing all the world. Yoo-hoo. Sorry.
that's fine. But here's a question for you.
Would I like to get it drone delivered?
Yes, that's a good question, because I know Walmart is going to start experimenting with drone delivery pretty soon.
Yay.
Or at some
I
point in the
guess.
future. Because they're saying that Walmart's investment in drones is taking off, or translation is Walmart drone delivery service will bring your orders by air. And they're saying that America's largest retailer is now doing deliveries by air. Walmart will transport goods like cough medicine, thermometers, and other health-related products via drone to Arkansas customers who live within a 1.15-mile radius from a base outside a store in Farmington starting Monday. Or translation of that is November 22nd.
Why are you translating it?
I don't know. It's just a random phrase I'm saying, but yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, for some reason this is in English. What did I accidentally set the like translate thing? What the hell?
No.
Anyways,
But yeah, so right now it's only in Arkansas this drone thing is up. But yeah, Walmart drone delivery option comes by a partnership with DroneUp, a startup out of Virginia that provides drone technology and services. According to Walmart, flight engineers will control and guide each delivery to ensure the order arrives safely. So it's all being controlled by some group of people.
oh yeah.
It's not like some all automatic. It's being like, imagine if you wanted to be a drone pilot for freaking Walmart, just sit in your home, just being all nice and cozy, and just like have your RC. It's like, yeah, I'm a pro.
Yeah. I honestly would love to do this as a job, just like drone pilot. Though I feel like people would try to intercept the drone because the drone has no defenses.
Well, there's a solution for
That
that.
is,
Just put a freaking turret on it.
yeah.
We're just kidding. But yeah,
Hostile Wasp inbound.
just make
MQ-27 Wasp. Just fucking. Yeah, you're just fucking. You're flying. You see a drone. You throw a rock at it. All of a sudden, it turns at you. The lights on it turn from green to red, and then. And then all I can say at that point is, you done fucked up. Anyways, but yeah, no. That, or I don't know. They could have it guided. I don't know. It's quite interesting that we're trying to automate this stuff, but I know with innovation comes abuse, I guess. I don't know. People love to abuse the simplest of things, you know?
Yeah. God, it's like
Good.
imagining like those like this is like playing a freaking battle royale game where it's like anytime you see like a parachute going down like in Fortnite, you have to rush to get the item that's in the parachute.
Yeah.
So they have to be careful like how big they're gonna make those freaking parachutes or how they're gonna manage that.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah. Fun time. I mean, hopefully this will expand to the rest of the country because it'd be cool to have my goods from Walmart that I buy.
Yeah, hopefully. I wonder if it's gonna expand overseas too, if that ever does happen. I know, like, I know a certain someone wants more control over Apple, Facebook, and TikTok and all those other stuff.
Ah, yes, definitely.
But through the country itself,
Yeah.
you know.
So Russia wants large tech companies to set up local offices by 2022, and
Yeah, my friend. Chicken bacon.
let's see. So Reuters says that just go up. Reuters saying the country's telecom regulator Roskomnadzor. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Roskomnadzor.
Roscoe's Sorry. Let me read aloud. Roskomnadzor.
Go with that, yeah. So Reuters said the company's telecom regulator, Bleep, has called on 13 foreign and mostly American companies to launch local official restaurant preferences by 2022 so they can comply to the law that took effect in July 1st. The list includes familiar tech names like Apple, Google, Meta, Telegram, TikTok, and Twitter. And the law demands local offices for internet companies with over 500,000 daily users. Some of the companies already have offices, though, and it's unclear just what constitutes as an official presence. Those deemed violating the law could be subject to either complete bans or limits on their ad data gathering and money transfers. Jeez.
And there's fear that Russia might use that law to force them over to them and then take control over those companies and what they broadcast in Russia.
Yeah.
Which I know, as far as I believe, doesn't, like, I'm kind of afraid of, like, what Twitter would be like over there, because, 1 second. Let me see, is this a thing? Okay. Okay, so, oh no, never mind. It's basically, never mind. Never mind. I thought that Russia, I think it's actually Poland, I think, is still against LGBT rights. I think. No, never mind. I forgot. Wait, there's a company, not a company. There's a country out there. I swear it's. I don't know.
Either way,
It doesn't matter.
If Russia is in that camp, we'll just put it in hypothetical. If they are in that camp, like if they are in that camp,
Mm-hmm.
I know Russia is right now in their pretty conservative phase because, well, Soviet Union doesn't exist right now, which is pretty much the exact opposite.
Yeah.
But in this case, if Russia actually is against that sort of material, then yeah, they could hamper down on like, yo, I want to come out as this, and then Russia could clamp down on that and just silence them.
Yeah.
Or they could be like, that's what I mean. They could just look at something like silence them, or they can punish the user who posted that with a fine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I'm just kind of afraid because I thought Russia wasn't communist anymore at that point, you know?
Russia may not be communist, but they're still authoritarian.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It kind of happened ever since Putin gained power. He gradually made the country a bit more authoritarian.
I see.
Are you familiar with everything that happened with Crimea back like last decade?
No, I haven't been in politics for, you know, I have not been in politics for a long time, and I don't know.
Pretty much sum it up. Around like 2014 or so, Russia had some military exercises, and they invaded Ukraine and annexed Crimea, which is a little region at like the tip of the Black Sea. You know, that little sea that connects, it's like north of Turkey and wherever.
I see.
So it's that a little part, like just the opposite side of the Turkey half of the Black Sea into into Russia, which was part of Ukraine.
Okay.
I'll have to explain it more to you another time, of course, but
Of course, yeah. But
but besides all that, do we have anything else to say about Russia wanting more control about all this technology or anything before we move on to the next article?
no, I just hope there's, I don't know. I hope there's a way to dig the heels in a little bit more because although I'm not, you know, afraid of Russia, I don't know what Russia truly is, you know.
Right.
I don't know what it is as a place, you know. But nah, nothing really. Yeah, let's move on to
we can move
that
on
update.
to AT&T and Verizon offering to limit 5G power over aircraft safety concerns. So last episode we talked about how for AT&T and Verizon were going to delay their C-band 5G rollout because of concerns over aircraft being affected by the 5G signals. And turns out they decided to agree with the Federal Aviation Administration. Like, yeah, we'll go with whatever you say. We'll figure out what's going on here, and we'll fix everything for right now.
Mhm.
And yeah, so essentially what this is going to mean is that, hey, we're going to try and reduce the power so that way aircraft can just get ongoing. It's nice they were able to make up a compromise for the whole deal.
Certainly. Fine by me. I don't really have a 5G enabled phone, and I'm not gonna be near, what is it, LAX? I don't know.
Right. I know I'm technically in a 5G zone, and I am actually hopefully I can get my hand on the Google Pixel 6 Pro at some point, because I want to upgrade to that phone because I want my latest Android updates for tech content.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, not only tech content, but because I generally want this phone so I can always have the latest updates. So I don't have to deal with waiting forever for them.
Yeah.
But besides that, yeah, this is kind of nice to see that, you know, they are working with this to prevent risk from aircraft. Because how many times do we want to see aircraft? Like, imagine if 5G was all over the country and they were still at the regular power level. How many times do you want aircraft crashing?
Never. Never at all.
Exactly. I don't want aircraft crashing into Nebraska.
Mm, the Nebraska.
I don't want them crashing.
4G. 5G. Dead Zone Middle. 3D ink. Self-regenerative buildings.
I guess we'll talk about
What?
that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 3D printed living ink could lead to self-repairing buildings. The ink could even produce itself. Never mind 3D printing organs. Eventually, the material could have a life of its own. So, oh my god. So, basically, they genetically engineered E. coli and other microbes to create nanofibers, like living nanofibers. And it's the same stuff that you could use in a 3D printer. And they're attempting to mass produce it, and you could freaking use it in buildings, and you could have self-regenerating buildings. You could create shields, like blast shields that regenerate. Halo is a thing nowadays. Thanks to this, we can create Kevlar that regenerates. Call of Duty is no more a fantasy. You will now regenerate, just like the Super Soldier or Comrade. Anyway, I don't know. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so I thought this was interesting to look at because this will mean that we can actually have, regenerating buildings. Or I didn't think about organs. Like, that sounds pretty interesting. Like, the idea, you can use this to make, organs. Like, that's a very interesting use for this. So provided that the body can accept it.
The only thing I'm afraid of is it becoming some sort of symbiote sort of thing. You know, you better not put me on no Facebook, no Xbox, no Tic Tac. Just call me Venom. Sorry.
Oh my god. Imagine if you could actually freaking gain Spider-Man powers out of this and you could be like, yo, I have some of this in my veins. I'm just gonna cut a hole here and
super regenerative ink that you shoot from your wrists. Holy shit. This is insane. But also, I'm afraid because I don't know if this would have long-term effects and murder death somebody.
All right. Yeah, I'm not expecting this to, be used for organs at that point because, again, I don't think your body would actually want to accept it very.
We are Venom. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be something that will be used on, organs because considering the fact that it's 3D structures,
yeah.
This seems like a material that you wouldn't want in your body anyways, because...
No, probably electronics, though. Make a self-healing screen. I don't know.
Maybe.
Or something that would, work in, nano-electronics,
Yeah, this is not the material for that. What we're looking at is the supposed squeezed light.
Yeah, something like that, you can squeeze light now. How I can squeeze a light bulb, but it doesn't shatter in my hand. Anyways, sorry. Nanomachine, son. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, so the way this works is that what they're doing here is that it's one thing to produce nano-scale devices, but it's another to study and improve on them. But a breakthrough might make that possible, however. UC Riverside Research have built technology that squeezes tungsten lamp light into a 6-nanometer spot at the end of a silver nanowire. That lets scientists produce color imaging at an unprecedented level rather than having to settle for molecular vibrations. I say that the developers modified an existing super focusing tool to detect signals across the entire visible spectrum. Light travels in a flashlight conical path. When the nanowire's tip passes over an object, the system records that item's influence on the beam shape and color. And but this is a pretty neat idea. Imagine what we can use this for. There's a lot of different applications it can be used for. For instance,
Yeah.
I was for instance, you can use this to make much more powerful graphics cards because you could fit much more components in a smaller die.
Oh yeah, certainly. See, like the reason why CPUs and GPUs, the die itself isn't giant is actually because there are bad sectors within every silicon plate. So like a hard drive basically, and you got to cut out the ones that are good and disable ones that are just barely enough, and clock it a little bit and stuff like that. But having like literal nano chips like that would be a game changer, because you'd have more space to you'd have more chips to pump out, and that would fix the semiconductor shortage because you'd be wasting less silicon.
Maybe. I wouldn't say it would necessarily solve it, because if you're going to shove a lot more smaller sub objects, it may help solve the need for the current limits of the same specs. But if the goal is to increase the power in the same space, you're going to need more, probably.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
I don't have a big understanding on the whole idea of this stuff, but I do think that this would be able to improve the potential of processors. So.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not gonna deny that.
However it does that, I apologize for being, I apologize for, saying that and, not really being cohesive, I guess. I don't know.
It's fine. Don't worry. It's technically like 1:30 in our time zone anyway, so.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to seem like a airhead or somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about.
It's fine. This is us. Think of it this way. This is us understanding how all the stuff works.
Yeah.
Now, to the audience out there, we're no experts on anything within the technology realm or gaming realm. We're all just trying to learn and understand and expand our horizon of what we understand and critically analyze and look at things.
Yeah.
So, essentially, most of the stuff from the outside. Gaming is what we've all known for a very long time, but we also have this fascination with other technology, and thus we like to analyze what we can tell from what we know.
Yeah. I don't want to say something that's wrong, I guess, even though it's kind of important to be wrong. But anyways,
well, I don't think we have much else to say on the matter, because we can just move on to what I think is our fun topic of the day. It's not really I want to get back to the shitpost, the really stupid shitposts down the road. I actually kind of missed them after we got into that flow in the earlier episodes.
Yeah.
But this is the closest I'm going to get for a little while. And that's the fact that for some stupid reason, I don't know how the world this worked out, Mattel arrived at the LA Motor Show with a life-size Barbie Extra EV. First off, we're not girls by any chance. I was the one that picked the article. Second, I just thought this was really weird. When I saw this.
Did you just assume my gender? Sorry. Anyways, yeah, no. He picked that, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, great. Actually, this, no offense, but this actually looks way better than a Fiat 500e. No offense. It's just like, you copy and paste, the Fiat, and it's okay. But what if they made it like a unicorn?
Imagine making a Charlie the Unicorn version of the same thing.
Oh my god. Like, what is this? Why is it stuck on my eyeballs? Okay. This works. It's not supposed to be like that, but okay.
Are you trying to make a freaking We're trying to make do antlers on your thing or something?
Yeah. Give me 1 second. Cone. Oh. Go ahead. I'm just gonna like try to find something.
Yeah, like you may be on something like if you removed the wings off the side of the car and like change the color of the wheels, I could see this actually looking like a pretty nice car and possibly a competitor to something like the Lotus Elise. Not that you would know what that car is.
Don't worry. I just might. No, I'm just kidding.
But yeah, that'd be really cool to have like that another sporty small car that can actually compete with like the Mini Cooper and stuff like that. If they actually pulled something like that off. But But like, I'm sure this was actually a genuine car that probably looked pretty nice if you had like any daughters flying around that, As for all this, I don't think I have much else to say on this.
We don't.
Oh god, you're drinking a Monster. Oh my god.
I actually got Rockstar, but it works.
Yeah. And what that thing that's flapping on your head looking like male genitalia from over here?
It's a horn. Thank you very much.
All right.
Every time I blink, it twitches. God damn it! Fuck this shit.
It really did look like. Well, that's a one way to end the episode off, I guess.
Yeah.
So
with a horn. And the other horn. Sorry.
man.
Yep. And this, I guess, Merry Christmas in November.
Woo!
Woo!
So our comment of the day is that we have none because no one wants to comment on our show. Rip. If you guys have anything you want to say, leave a comment down below. Also, check our Discord, which is it's in the link tree down in the description. If you like what you see, just like, comment, subscribe, or follow. Or join FluufAlpaca in the pool.
Yeah. Or if you're feeling spicy. No, I'm just kidding. Alright.
I'm Hydrowave99.
And I'm FluufAlpaca.
And we'll see you all next time. Bye, everyone.
Bye. MLG.